All right, so welcome back, Elaine, to the Zoom room. Nice to see you again. So yeah, let's dive into today's lesson. It's a bit of there's a quote as usual, but a teaching, and that'll lead us nicely into our lesson for today. So let me just get the screen share going. Give me a moment for that. Okay, so alrighty, so let's share my screen, a bit bigger. And okay, so if you could, you can read that that quote. Is that big enough for you?
Yes. Follow your bliss. If you do follow your bliss, you put yourself on a kind of track that has been there all the while waiting for you. And the life you ought to be living is the one you are living. When you can see that, you begin to meet people who are in the field of your bliss, and they open the doors to you. I say, follow your bliss and don't be afraid. And doors will open where you didn't know they were going to be. If you follow your bliss, doors will open for you that wouldn't have opened for anyone else.
Lovely quote by Joseph Campbell. He was an American professor of literature in the last century who discovered and formulated what he called the hero's journey, which we've looked at before. We'll look at it again today. Based on his studies of many seemingly different cultures, religions, philosophies, and spiritual traditions. He talks about the power of following your bliss, the term he used to refer to an inspired purpose that activates a flow of joyful energy, what psychotherapists call synchronicities, in the hero's or the heroine's life, which another more recent psychologist named Csikszentmihalyi, called flow. Yeshua refers to as miracles. So whatever you want to call it, synchronicity, flow, miracles, following your bliss, it's really the same thing. So whatever you call it, he found that there was one universal story, as he called it, monomyth of human life, which every philosophy, religion, and spiritual path shares. This monomyth is the story of the hero's journey, that the heroes or the heroines of the stories in these various traditions choose to undertake in order to discover who they really are, despite all the obstacles, trials, temptations, and challenges presented by their ego or belief in separation and their separate self-concept that is just a necessary consequence of this belief. So they found this one story common to all of these traditions that includes the same elements, which allowed him to formulate this archetypal hero's journey, called it, consisting of three main stages: departure from the familiar world, then you got initiation into the new world, and then you return to the familiar world with a fresh and expanded perspective. So it's shown, basically in this diagram. You've got the call to adventure. It starts with, which is often some seemingly quite can be a disturbing incident. Something happens that would be considered not good. Let's take a couple of examples. In the Star Wars movies, based on the hero's journey, in the first Star Wars called The New Hope, Luke Skywalker, who's the hero, he comes back and his home's been burned down, and his foster parents killed, his home's burned down, so there's nothing for him, right? He has to leave. That's the call to adventure, because he was called by his mentor, and initially often they refuse the call, but then there's nothing else there, so he's got to go on his adventure. So it's a disturbance of the status quo, which calls you to leave the known world. So there's a departure from this known, familiar world, and often that means you leave physically an environment, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. It can be just mentally and emotionally, a shift. So you stay in your home, in your environment. Maybe you don't change anything on the level of form, but you're starting to change your mindset, and so you're moving from the known world into this unknown world. And then there's these threshold guardians, which are the ego's agents that try and stop you. So there's always going to be people, oh no, you don't want to do that. There might be other obstacles, financial obstacles often, and really they're just the ego trying to come in and stop you from making this profound journey. But you do get supernatural aid. So there are people and forces that will come to your aid in this, who call you to the adventure and who aid you and guide you. As in the Star Wars, you had a mentor called Obi-Wan Kenobi. In the Matrix, there was Morpheus and Trinity, trying to help Neo to wake up from the Matrix, while the threshold guardians, the agents in the Matrix, trying to stop that. So that's the dynamic. You've got allies and enemies, apparently, and then in the second phase, the initiation phase, you move out of the known world into the unknown world. So you've made a leap of faith, and then your training really begins. The initiation is all about learning this new way of thinking and being, and you're going to get challenges and temptations along the way to test you. But that's how you learn and you develop your skills. You get mentors and you get helpers and you get guides along the way, as well as those who are, not trying to be helpful, the challenges and the temptations that the ego is trying to block you with and sabotage your progress. But it's interesting that it's through the challenges, the temptations, that you evolve and you develop on your journey. And eventually you go into the abyss, which is the revelation stage. There's a death of the old self, the ego dies, and then you're reborn into a new self. And that is the archetypal crucifixion resurrection myth, which Yeshua played out in his life. You die, and then you are reborn into a new self and a new life. And your self and your perception has been transformed. So there's an at-one-ment that's taken place. You now realize you're not really a separate self as you thought you were. You're actually much more expanded than that. You are one self with everyone and everything else. And then having gained this new knowledge, you return. Gift to the goddess, it's called in this diagram, is you return with these gifts, that you now know something that you didn't know when you departed. And you have an expanded thought system, an expanded idea of who you are. You have access to more power, more wisdom, and you bring that back with you into the known world. So that's the return journey, to try and benefit and help. Your only intention at this point is to help others to go on their journey. So you might then become a mentor, a helper, and a guide to others in their hero's journey. And so each person's hero's journey becomes what Yeshua calls the interlocking chain of forgiveness that makes up the one-ment. So your journey intersects with someone else's, and someone can be a mentor to you, or you could be a mentor to them. Once you've gone on your own journey, you'll probably be more in the mentor role, but you can cycle through this again. You might do this a number of times in your life. And each time you do, you come back with an expanded perspective. You're not the same person as you were before. And that's really the whole point of the hero's journey, is you change. It's a journey of self-discovery primarily, to reveal your true self, who you really are to you, and undo the false self. So, and this is the archetypal hero's journey that is across the board, across all the different cultures and religions and traditions that Joseph Campbell studied. And he was very well read. At one point, he was reading 9 hours a day of material. He found this, this was the common theme. So it's really the hero's journey is the journey of spiritual awakening. Yeshua calls it the development of trust in another self, the higher self of Christ, and another power. And that is a universal journey across different cultures that everyone is called to do. Not everyone goes on that journey in this life, but the awakening ones, the ones who have felt the call and are walking the path, are the ones then who become the heroes of this world and can inspire others to follow their journey. So you might want to read this article if you want to dive deeper to the hero's journey. There's an excellent roadmap. He calls it the ultimate roadmap for self-development, by a guy called Scott Jeffrey, which goes into it in quite some detail. So go read that if you want to dive a bit more deeply into it. And then I've also included this 12-phase hero's journey. So when Joseph Campbell initially published his classic book, The Hero with 1,000 Faces, in 1949, Hollywood scriptwriters, movie directors, and that whole industry started to take notice because this was clearly a way that you could structure a story. And some of the first movies that came out were things like Star Wars in the early 70s. So this young guy called George Lucas, who was an aspirant filmmaker, got hold of Joseph Campbell's work in the 60s, and he was inspired by it. And he then, based on his understanding of the hero's journey, developed the Star Wars. He wrote 6 Star Wars movies, and they were based on the hero's journey. So that was one of the first, and there have been many subsequent, because what Hollywood has found is that if you base any movie on the hero's journey and you put in some, action and special effects along with it, it's generally a blockbuster, and you'll sell a lot of tickets and videos and all the paraphernalia. The franchises have all their branding and T-shirts and toys and video games, etc., that go along with it. So it becomes a whole business. And they found that the hero's journey is what seems to grip people and inspire them, because it's what we all resonate with. On some level, we all have this hero inside of ourselves that wants to go on its journey. And so we resonate with the characters. And that's why we will watch the movie, because it's gripping for us. And so, some of the great movies that are based on this hero's journey and this 12-step process are The Matrix, Avatar. Now has 2 movies. The first one certainly was Star Wars, The Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, and there are many others. If something is really a gripping movie, you'll usually find that there's a hero's journey embedded in it. So that's why we do movie studies. So these are the stages. The first stage would be the ordinary world. So the movie begins with showing the character in his ordinary world, often not that happy. So there's a dissatisfaction. You see that in the first, usually 5 to 10 minutes of any movie. And then along comes a call to adventure. So something happens to change the ordinary world, the familiar world. Something comes in, often a person comes in, they give them an opportunity, maybe it's a disaster, and there's some kind of call to leave this familiar world. Then there's a refusal of the call often. So, for example, I mentioned Luke Skywalker. He refused the call initially. He said, no, I'm not going to do it. This is crazy. And then, he goes back home and the stormtroopers have killed his foster parents and they've burnt his family home down. So there's nothing left for him on his home planet. So then he's inspired, okay, well, I need to listen to this call. So then that leads to stage 4, which is meeting the mentor. So there's always often a wise older person. In Luke Skywalker's case, it was Obi-Wan Kenobi. He was an old Jedi. In the Matrix, it was Morpheus, who's much more experienced than Neo, and he's been looking for Neo. So the mentor then guides the person to cross the threshold, which is this barrier between the known world, the normal world, and the unknown world. And the mentor's trying to guide the person across that. So in the Matrix, Morpheus phones Neo and says, right, they're coming for you, and I'm going to guide you through the maze, literally, and then out. And he says, you can escape on the scaffolding. But Neo refuses the call. He doesn't actually do it because he's too scared. So there was a refusal of the call in that as well. But eventually he crosses the threshold. So in the Matrix, it's that famous pull seat. He's had a number of opportunities to bail out, and finally Morpheus says to him, okay, this is it. You take the red pill, I'll show you the whole truth. You take the blue pill, you go back to sleep, you believe whatever you want. So he has to make a choice. So that would be the archetypal crossing of the threshold. And once he's done that, then he's in the unknown world. So he then awakens into this other reality. He goes out of the Matrix and then begins the second act, which is the initiation adventure. So he goes into the Nebuchadnezzar, if you remember. Have you seen the Matrix, Elaine? Just so I know. Have you seen the Matrix? You meet it. Just so. Okay. Don't know what's happening, but never mind. Let me continue. So you have tests, allies, and enemies in this second act. So this is where the hero learns his skills, Have you seen the Matrix, Elaine?
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Well, I did watch it many years ago and didn't understand it, but this time I got a bit more understanding.
Yeah.
And you put it on the forum there, yeah.
So if you remember when he's awoken, the first act was him waking up from the dream, then he goes into the ship.
Yeah.
And that's the second act, which is now he's got various tests. He's got to do his training. He's got to do the jump program. He fights Morpheus. So there's allies, people like Morpheus and Trinity are for him, and there's enemies. He's got an enemy in Cypher and temptations. The little character Mouse was tempting him, to indulge in sexual pleasures, if you remember. So these are the kinds of,
and the juicy steak. Yeah.
These are the kinds of things that happen for the hero, and he has to stay, conscious and focused, and basically learn. He's got to upgrade himself. He's got to prepare for the next phase. He's got to prepare for his ordeal, which is his big test. And so he goes to the inner cave. You remember Neo goes to visit the oracle. So that would be, okay, so he goes, he gets some advice. Again, there's a helper on the way. He gives some advice, and he says, well, you're going to have to make a choice. This profound choice between your life and Morpheus's life is coming. So she's preparing him for the test or the ordeal. And then he's got to make the decision to risk his life, go back into the Matrix to save Morpheus, which he does. And then he has to face the agent. And he has to die, as she predicted. But what she doesn't tell him is that he's going to resurrect. So then he does all that. So he goes through the ordeal, he awakens, and there's a resurrection. So there's an at-one-ment and a resurrection. And then he returns. The final scene of the Matrix is he's returned to the Matrix. Remember, he's in the phone booth and he's calling someone. It's revealed in the next movie that would have been the architect, who's kind of the designer of the Matrix. And he's saying, this is my intention. I'm going to show these people what you don't want them to know, because I've freed my mind, and now, I can be an agent of the awakening for others. And so he returns with this elixir of knowledge. He knows the truth, and he has these extraordinary powers to go with it, to now help him to be part of someone else's hero's journey. And then he starts to awaken others. And so that's the full cycle of the movie. Really structured very much along the lines of the 12 phases. You can see all of them. And sometimes there's a variance in the order slightly, but largely it keeps to this structure, because the Hollywood script writers have learned that if you stick to the structure, it works. The script works. It's engaging for people, and you'll get a lot more viewers interested in the story and identifying with the character, because that's what they want. The hero, they want you to identify with the character so that you see a part of yourself in the hero, and then you're going to want to watch. Then you're emotionally engaged in the movie. So I thought I'd include the ebook, The Hero's Journey, The Hero with 1,000 Faces, which was Joseph Campbell's original book that launched all of this, where he laid out his ideas. And that's the book that people like George Lucas would have read and processed and gone, okay, so I'm going to now apply this into the movie industry. And the rest is, movie history. You'll see, before 1949, the book came out, and post 1949, there's quite a big shift in the kinds of movies that were made, apart from the technology changing. But the way they were structured changed, because this hero's journey brought in another kind of movie that wasn't, they didn't make them before that, because they didn't know about the hero's journey as much. I mean, I stand to be correct. I'm certainly not an expert on pre-1950 movies, but if you watch, I watched a couple. It seems to you don't have these same epic heroes journeys playing out. So you can also watch an 18-minute film called Finding Joe, which is all about the hero's journey, featuring teachers like Alan Cohen, who's a Course in Miracles teacher, Deepak Chopra, Robin Sharma, and others. So I don't know if you've watched that before, but it's definitely worth a watch. Hour and 20 minutes of really a deep dive into this hero's journey, and understanding it more deeply. You start to see that this is the journey we're all on, and this is a journey that the Course in Miracles is taking us on. The development of trust, which is a 6-phase journey, is quite similar. You see these elements coming in. It's just framed differently, but there's this journey that we all have to take, the hero's journey to awakening. And any good spiritual teaching and path is designed to help us to do that. That's what it's there for. So Course in Miracles is no exception. It's just another way of guiding us on our hero's journey and keeping us on track, so we can advance and progress more quickly than otherwise if we didn't have that guidance. Okay. So Elaine, any questions on the hero's journey? Anything that I've talked about, anything I've mentioned, anything we've talked about in the past related to this? Now's a good time to ask.
Also, no, it's a very interesting subject. So, you're making it very comprehensive and interesting.
And you can see this when we watch our movies. Generally, a lot of the movies that I put out, say, watch, they have the hero's journey within them because there's a depth. The hero's journey is really a spiritual journey that's being shown, and that has to be undertaken by a character. So there's normally a lead character, in these movies. So watch out for, when you watch these movies, it's a good
there's
tip
a
would
message.
be to just pull up the hero's journey. It's in your course manual on page. I'll tell you now. There we go. Hero's journey, page 11, I think. Yeah. So there's that diagram. Not a bad idea just to start before the movie. Just take a minute or two to read that. Go, okay, so those are the phases of the hero's journey. So let me just be aware when I'm watching of those phases, and you will start to see that these phases start coming in. If it is a movie based on a hero's journey, you will see these phases coming in, and you'll see that the plot unfolds structured along these lines. As I said, each story is slightly different, and it doesn't necessarily happen exactly in order, but generally there are these phases, and you start to see it, and then your movie experience takes on another dimension, doesn't it? It's like, oh, I'm actually seeing what the message is that the movie maker, producers, and the script writer and the director are trying to convey, because it's always a message. Good movies have a deeper message, and so it taps me more into that message rather than it's just entertainment. It's like, what is this trying to tell me? Then it becomes learning. It's another way of learning and mind training. So next time you watch a movie, just have a quick read of this on page 11 of your course manual to prepare yourself. Okay, so if no more questions, I think that leads us nicely into our lesson for today, which is lesson 192. So just give me a moment to get the recording going. Okay, so lesson 192, if you can read the original and then the alternative version.
Yeah. I have a function God would have me fill. I have a function perfect love inspires me to fill.
Yeah, so perfect love inspires me. It's not, have a function God would have me full. Some people can interpret that as a bit controlling. I don't want to be controlled by this, God character somewhere outside of me, because I have free will. So it can bring in resistance. But really what he's meaning is that it's this loving force, this loving awareness we call perfect love, that inspires me to fill the function. It's not a task. It's not a chore. It's all inspiration. And this is what I really want to do, because this is what's going to bring me happiness and peace and love and joy. When I fulfill this function, that's my highest calling. That's where I find meaning, purpose in my life. And inspiration comes from following this voice of love and letting it guide us in our function, in all of our thoughts, our words, and our actions. Okay, so to read number one. There's a bit to translate this. I would read it in the original, then in the alternative.
Okay. It's my source's pure formless awareness that I complete.
In the original.
Right.
And the alternative. There's quite a lot to translate.
Yeah. Right. Because it's going to be, I've got to actually take the dogs out for 10, 15 minutes after this. Sorry about this, because it's going to start raining quite heavily. So I'll just do this paragraph and then come back 15 minutes later. So it is your Father's holy will that you complete himself, and that yourself shall be his sacred son, forever pure as he, of love created and in love preserved, extending love, creating in its name, for one with God and with yourself.
All right, I'll tell you what, Elaine, because I don't want to split the recording. So why don't we just start again?
Yeah,
Go do
in
your walk.
15 minutes. I'll quickly before the downpour. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's great. See you in about 15 minutes. Right.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so we're going to take anyone watching the live stream. We're going to take a little break. We'll be back in 15 minutes at 5:45. That's UK time, 6:45 South African time. So I hope to see you then. Yeah, we'll speak soon. All right. Cheers, friends. Hi, Christine.
Hello.
How are you? Nice to see you.
Yes, well,
Good fun.
everything mixed up at 6:30. I thought I had to go to a children's concert, but it's next week, so a week early.
Okay. You got some.
So that's why I'm here, but I'll be here tomorrow as well.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Good. So, Elaine's just walking her dogs, but we can crack on with this because it's kind of a to-do. There's a monster section of text.
Is she coming back? You don't want to take a break and then I'll come back on a bit later?
We just had she said she's going to be back around now, so it might be a few more minutes. She's taking the dogs out for a walk. So, yeah, let's just crack on and do a couple of paragraphs, and hopefully she'll join us.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So let's just there we go. So this is lesson 192, today's lesson. So if you want to read the original and the alternative, and then we'll go into the actual body of the text.
Just hold on, I've got to orientate myself to getting this. I have a function God will have me fulfill. I have a function perfect love inspires me to fulfill.
Yeah, just too full, not too fulfilled. Which kind of, the second one makes a difference, doesn't it? God would have me fill. Sort of sounds a bit, I can misinterpret that as some external entity, wanting to control you. Some people have issues with the God word, but a function perfect love inspires me to fill is a different matter, because it's now inside, comes from within me. There's no force or control. It's my own, deepest nature, my own loving awareness that's inspiring me to fill this function, and so I do it willingly. There's no sense of being controlled or coerced by any kind of external force. Okay, so if you want to read read the original first, because there's quite a bit to translate. So read it sentence by sentence, and only 2 sentences, and then in the alternative.
It is your Father's holy will that you complete himself, and that yourself shall be his sacred son. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you fine.
Is that better if I bring the mic closer to me?
Yeah, it's a bit louder. Yeah, I could hear you.
And that yourself shall be his sacred son, forever pure as he, of love created and in love preserved, extending love, creating in its name, forever one with God and with yourself.
Okay, alternatively.
Okay, it is Source's pure formless awareness that I complete, that myself shall be its sacred extension, forever pure as it, of love extended and in love preserved, extending love in its name, forever one with pure formless awareness of perfect love and with myself. Yet, what can such a function mean within a world of seeming envy, hatred, and attack?
Yeah. What can it mean? So what's he saying here in this one?
Well, it's opposite in function of a world of envy, hatred, and attack. Those sources, pure formless awareness. If I am an extension of this sacred form, pure, of love, and in love, preserved, extending only love, forever one with pure formless awareness, perfect love, then it's a choice between the one or the other. They can't coexist. So choosing to be an extension of pure love and live in that diminishes the world of envy, hatred, and attack. How would you put it?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good summary. So I am the sacred extension of perfect love. I'm preserved in love. This is my identity. This is the truth of who I am. I'm one with this pure formless awareness of perfect love. It's my source. This is myself. And then he just puts a question in there, which leads us into the rest of this lesson. What can such a function mean within a world of seeming envy, hatred, and attack? Because apparently in this world, we have the ego, hatred, attack, fear. He's just used three, but you could include fear and guilt and sin and any of the other egos, delusions in there. Because this is very, this is high level, so lofty. And then you're going, okay, but in your world, you seem to have this stuff going on, envy, hatred, and attack. So therefore, it continues. I have a function in the world. Let me carry on reading number 2.
I have a function in the world in its own terms. For who can understand a language far beyond his simple grasp? Letting go represents my function here. It is not perfect love's extension, for it is the means by which untruth can be undone. And who would let go of the state of pure formless awareness? Yet on earth I need the means to let illusions go. Being merely waits for my return to be acknowledged, but not to be complete. Sure, that's a jumble of stuff that makes no sense to me.
Okay.
Those 3-4 sentences, but who would let go of the state of pure formless awareness? Obviously no one. Yet on earth I need the means to let illusions go. We need to be living on earth in this deluded world in order to let go of the illusions. We have to live them in order to let them go.
Yeah.
Being merely waits for my return to be acknowledged, but not to be complete. I don't know what that.
Oh, well, it's already there, not to be complete. Being is a complete state. The original is creation, so we translate creation as being. The state of being waits for my return to be acknowledged. but not to be complete. So it's a complete state, but I've separated myself from it. And so I must accept it back into my awareness. That's the acknowledgement. It's already whole, it's already complete, but as long as I haven't accepted it, for me, it seems like it's not even there. Although it's, it's still there, it's been denied by me. So then it's not there in my awareness. So it waits for my acknowledgement to return to my awareness. And that return to my awareness is then, is the at-one-ment. This is the awakening to the truth of who we are, which is the whole point of everything. And he's saying the way that you're going to do this is through letting go. Letting go represents my function. So the original, maybe it would help. Do you want to read it in the original? It might help a little bit.
Therefore, you have a function in the world in its own terms. For who can understand a language far beyond this simple grasp? Forgiveness represents your function here. It is not God's creation, for it is the means by which untruth can be undone.
And then the alternative would be, just read the alternative as you go, letting go.
Represents my function here. It is not perfect love's extension, for it is the means by which untruth can be undone. Okay? So being part of the illusion.
It is not God's creation.
Not God's creation.
The means by which untruth can be undone. So it is not perfect love's, I think this would be better to say being. It's not perfect love's being. Okay, because it's the means by which the untruth can be undone. So we're dealing here with illusions. And instead of represents them, say letting go is my function. Okay, so he's giving us one function. That function will restore our mind to the state of perfect being, where there's no untruth left. There's nothing to deny the truth.
Yes, because you've let go of everything that is illusion and returning back to perfect innocence, love.
Yeah.
You
would let go of the state of pure formless awareness.
Yes.
You would pardon. Interesting. So quite interesting how the AI works. Who would pardon heaven? I wonder if it did that on its own. Who would let go of the state of pure formless awareness? Who would pardon? So let's say, we'll keep the pardon. I think I quite like that. Who could pardon the state of pure formless awareness? It's a ridiculous idea, isn't it? It's like, well, there's no pardon required because it's perfect. It's perfect, it's whole, it's complete. I think we all understand that. So there's no forgiveness required in that state. Yet on earth, I have these illusions going. So I need the means to let illusions go. And this pure being, maybe we'll just call it pure formless awareness. Creation is pure formless awareness of perfect love. Pure formless awareness of perfect love really waits for my return to be acknowledged, but not to be complete. So it's already there. It's the truth of who I really am, but it's been denied by me. So I'm not aware of it. So it waits forever because it's eternal. It waits eternally until I return my awareness to it. It's already a complete state. Now it's lacking nothing, but in my awareness, I'm separated from it. And the at-one-ment will happen when everyone has accepted this awareness back into their own awareness. Then the Father, the Source, and the Son, its extension that was seemingly separated from its awareness, will become one again. And then the dream is over, and that's the at-one-ment plan, that every mind will come back into its original state. Does that make more sense now?
It does, yes.
So it's quite simple, really. That's not rocket science. Just
Roundabout way of saying, of getting you to acknowledge that you're not there yet. And the reason why you're living this dream is to use it as a means by which to
exactly.
Chaotic and attacking and unpeaceful it is. Who would want that? The more you let go of it. And in fact, that's what I've been doing during this month away, is realizing that there's been too much demands on me, that feeling of being drained by everybody's energy, that I felt I had to cut off and reset as to who I really am, how much of this is me, and how much is other people imposing on me. And then once I got into that peaceful, quiet state, I realized actually that I'm the needy one, because when I stopped reaching out, say on WhatsApp, reaching out, and then you get acknowledgement, but if you don't reach out, nobody connects with you. So then I realized it was me that was being needy, overwhelmed and not coping. So once I could see that, I could then pull back into this plate of complete serenity and peace and contentment. And I must admit, I've been saying to myself, where's the joy? Where am I getting joy from? What brings me joy? I had to spend quite a lot of time to actually define what makes me happy. Once I could identify it, then I could feel complete. Then there was the feeling of, okay, this is why I'm here. So it's been a very useful self-reflective time.
Good. Yeah, sometimes you just need to go away and pause and reflect and reset, and now you're back, and hopefully deeper understanding, more wisdom, more just self-love, really. So you're just, you're on your journey, you're doing your thing. It's awakening, and anyone who says awakening is easy, hasn't done it. It's not easy.
Yes.
It's quite a challenging path to walk. At your age, most people are not doing it. They're just, busying themselves with worldly stuff and trying to occupy their minds with the things of the world. So what you're doing is trying to wake up from the dream of 74 years of conditioning, apart from the other lifetimes, but just in this one, that's a lot of conditioning to undo.
It is a lot of stuff to decipher through, to find yourself as to who you really are. And I'd got into the habit of comparing and trying to fit in, and I was wasting energy on others, the other, instead of just focusing on who I am and what am I here to express. I was using my voice. It was all significant, and it takes effort, but it also takes just acceptance and relaxing into just being. Just being, and being unique and different from everyone else.
Well, let's qualify that, because you're not really unique and different from everyone else, but in your journey, so the course talks about the special function. And he says in your journey is unique because you have your own stuff going on. You have your own illusions, you have your own construct of the ego, you have your own life experience, and so on. And so your way to awaken is going to be different from someone else's. The principles might be the same, but how that plays out for you. And so that's the uniqueness. Everyone's on their own hero's journey, and it's your journey to walk, and no one can walk it for you. And your primary function in this world is to walk that path. So this is what he's saying in this lesson. The path of letting go is the path of letting go of your ego and awakening to your true self, the hero's journey. And that is unique for everyone. Everyone's got a different hero's journey. We ultimately all end up in the same place, as the Christ, the awakened one, who's the same self. But the journey to get there is very individualized. And your special function in this world is very individualized, special to you. Even though it's taking you to, beyond specialness, to oneness. So that's the dynamic of what's going on here. And I think it's important to stay true to your path. No one can dictate what your path is. You must find that with the guidance of the Holy Spirit, and allow it to guide you faithfully on this path. And external influences and other people, as well-meaning as they may be, don't know. They can't possibly guide you unless they are, spiritual teachers, masters who are on that path and they understand. Then yes, perhaps they can, because they've walked the path before you. But even then, I'd say your primary guidance is from within. You listen to the Holy Spirit. It's an internal guide that tells you. So when you went away for 2 weeks, okay, that's fine if that's what you feel like you're guided to do. Just don't go away forever. So, but there's obviously a time you need to just have some time and space, and not miss. I think with this path, it's also about pacing yourself. Like, how much can you handle, at once? Oh, there's John joining us. That's nice. How much can you actually manage in one go? And so it's learning to to just do what you can do. And say hello to John.
Hello, John.
Hey, John. How are you?
Hi, Jono. Hi, Christine. Hi, Elaine.
Yeah, Elaine's just out on a dog walk, but hopefully she'll join us.
Okay. I've just managed to get online, actually, but I'm outside the bar next to the kiddies' play area, so I don't know how I'm going to get on.
Oh, really? Okay. You had a pub or something?
Well, there's a bar on the site here, so
right.
I couldn't get on. I couldn't get on where we are.
Yes. Yeah, because
so
signal wasn't good enough.
No. So I'm here for the moment.
Okay. Yeah. All good. Yeah. Just if there's noise, just when you're not speaking, then just mute yourself and you won't hear it.
I will. Yeah. I'm going to go back about 5 to 7 and see and just see if I can try again to get on.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Good. So we're just doing the lesson for today. Do you want to read number 3 for us? We've just done the first couple, which is all about the function, our function in the world. Perfect love inspires me to fill. So the first 2 are just about function in the world in its own terms, and that our function is letting go. Really, that's what he's saying, and it leads us to number 3. In fact, maybe just read number 2 in the alternative, just to get context.
Okay. 3. Yeah. Therefore, I have a function in the world in its own terms. For who can understand a language far beyond his simple grasp? Letting go is my function here. It is not perfect love's being, for it is the means by which untruth can be undone. And who could pardon the state of pure formless awareness? Yet on earth, I need the means to let illusions go. Pure formless awareness of perfect love merely waits for my return to be acknowledged. but not to be complete.
Okay, so that's the context. Telling us letting go is our function here. Would you summarize it briefly for yourself?
Yeah, so what he's saying here is that I do have a function. We all have a function here, which is one of letting go, and it isn't the end. It isn't the end of our journey, but it is the route to the end. And it's the means that we have available whilst we are in the illusion.
Yeah, so it means to an end. You know, the journey while you're here in the dream world is that the journey is necessary to return, to escape from it, and then the means of that journey are letting go, or forgiveness. And the state of being is already, or pure formless awareness of perfect love is already complete, but you must acknowledge it. Because for you, it's not there if you don't acknowledge it.
Yeah.
Okay, so number 3, if you, I think, read it in the original, the alternative, just line by line.
So creation cannot even be conceived of in the world. It has no meaning here.
Yeah, just line by line. I think just
okay. Yeah, sorry. Creation cannot even be conceived of in the world. Being cannot even be conceived of in the world. It has no meaning here. It has no meaning here. Forgiveness is the closest it can come to earth. So letting go is the closest it can come to earth. For being heaven born, it has no form at all. For being from the state of pure formless awareness, it has no form at all. Yet God created one who has the power to translate in form the holy formless. Yet pure formless awareness of perfect love extends itself into my mind as the remembrance of perfect love that has the power to translate the holy formless into form. What he makes are dreams, but of a kind so close to waking, the light of day already shines in them, and eyes already opening behold the joyful sights their offerings contain. What it makes are dreams, but of a kind so close to waking that the awareness of truth already shines in them, and my emerging spiritual vision but beholds the joyful sights their offerings contain.
Okay, so any thoughts on that?
So it's saying that well, in this interesting, this creation cannot even be considered. So it's saying that the real world cannot actually be conceived of from where we are. Forgiveness is the closest we can come to it whilst in the illusion. Oh, yeah, just hang on. Yeah, I'm good. Thanks, Steve. Yeah, thanks. Cheers. Yes. Okay. Yes. Yeah. God who created. Yeah. So he's saying that. He's saying also but God did create one, Yeshua, who has the power to translate what's going on here and transform it. So, and what he makes, and what his role is whilst he makes what he makes the dreams of a kind so close to waking. So what he makes the dreams of a kind so close to the truth that our eyes are opened by them.
The awareness of truth I put in there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I did that or the AI did it, but anyway, I think it kind of works. The light of day already shines in them. What he means is the awareness of truth already shines in them.
Can you hear a lot of kids in the background, or is it all?
No,
are you
it's
not
fine.
picking up? Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, the mic's not picking it up. So already shines in them, and my emerging spiritual vision, which is the eyes he's talking about, behold the joyful sights their offerings contain. So this emerging spiritual vision perceives these joyful sights that their offerings contain. So we start to perceive the dream differently. It's still a dream, still form going on, but the form is infused with this awareness of truth that infuses it with a different quality. And then I experience joy and peace and happiness because I'm interpreting the sights differently. Okay. Any other thoughts on number 3? Move to number 4 then. So Christine, if you can read number 4. Okay, in original and then the alternative.
Forgiveness gently looks upon all things unknown in heaven, sees them disappear, and leaves the world a clean and unmarked slate on which the word of God can now replace the senseless symbols written there before. Letting go gently looks upon all things unknown in a state of pure formless awareness, perceives them disappear, and leaves the world a clean and unmarked slate on which
Fix that.
the word of God can now replace the senseless symbols. The message of perfect love can now replace the senseless symbols projected onto it before. Forgiveness is the means by which the fear of death is overcome, because it holds no fierce attraction now and guilt is gone. Letting go is the means by which the fear of death is overcome, because it holds no fierce attraction now and guilt is gone. Letting go lets me perceive the body as what it really is, a simple teaching aid to be discarded when learning is complete, but hardly change the person who learns at all.
And what's he saying in summary here?
Forgiveness is the tool that allows us to see the word of God replace the senseless symbols projected onto the unreal world. letting go, and the fear of death is overcome, and the guilt is gone because there's nothing holding us to this senseless, illusory world. Letting go lets me realize the body is just a teaching aid to be discarded, that the person inside is not affected by it at all. Something like that.
Yeah, well said. So again, he's telling us, there's one way of doing this. There's one way home, and that's forgiveness, or in our translated language, letting go. You must let go of whatever the blocks are to this higher awareness, the state of pure formless awareness, to return to it, which is, completely logical and obvious. Obviously, if you blocked and that's been obscured from you, then removing the blocks are the only way you're going to come back into that awareness. That's what letting go does. Let's go of all the blocks to the awareness that's already there. The state of pure formless awareness is in you. It's already there. It's always been there, but it's been covered over and thoroughly blocked by all the other ideas the ego's invented. So logically, letting go of those blocks would then reveal that which the blocks cover over. Very, it's very understandable, very logical. And if you believe that, you buy the theory, then letting go is obviously the thing that you've got to do to find this true awareness that's been hidden by it. So you see how the metaphysics then lead into metaphysical understanding, leads into the practice of forgiveness. Because if you don't accept that metaphysical idea, and you think, well, life is not like that. Life's about trying to become better. You can create a new self. You can become a better self. It's about improving yourself and growth. Then you're not going to be focusing on letting go of the blocks. You're going to be trying to expand your self-concept. Rather than cutting away, you're going to be trying to add to. And that's the primary difference between this teaching and many other teachings, particularly in the personal growth world. It's about, I'm not quite okay as I am, but I'm not going to let go of my blocks. I'm going to try and grow and make myself into something else, something bigger, better, that's going to make me happier. That's the assumption. So then the primary methodology based on that understanding is not letting go. The primary methodology is actually seek and find, desire things and find things that are going to make you into this better self. Whereas if you understand the metaphysics, you accept what he's saying here, then you're like, well, there's only one thing to do then. That's actually to let go of all that stuff. I don't want any of it. I need to let it all go to really free myself, which is the opposite. You're going in the opposite direction from the ego. Okay. So happy to move to number 5. John, if you can read that one. Not much to translate here. So if you want to just read an alternative. Forgiveness just becomes letting go. Really. That's the main translation. It's awareness of perfect love, and the sun becomes the extension.
So the mind without the body cannot make mistakes. It cannot think that it will die, nor be the prey of merciless attack. Anger becomes impossible. And where is terror then? What fears could still assail those who have lost the source of all attack? The core of anguish and the steel and the seat of fear. Only letting go can relieve the mind of thinking that the body is its home. Only letting go can restore the peace that perfect love intends for its innocent extension. Only letting go can persuade the extension to look again upon its innocence. So he's saying here that the mind does not see sin, does not see error, and cannot of essence make any mistakes. And as such, it cannot fall, it cannot be a victim, it cannot suffer, it cannot engage in anger, because anger means nothing to it, and neither does fear. But only the process of letting go will take us back to this pure mind and restore us to that sense of peace.
Yeah, well said. So making it very clear again, in case we haven't got it to this point, that this is the way. The one thing you've got to do, I call it the one essential skill that you must master in this lifetime, is this art of letting go. You must learn how to let go. And it is an art, because it's not just let go and become an ascetic and let go of all your possessions and relationships and whatever. That's not necessarily the way. It's let go mentally and emotionally of your own attachments while you continue to engage in life. Still have your relationships, you're still dealing with the stuff of the world, because we've all got to live in homes and drive cars and have a few possessions, but you're no longer attached to any of it. That's the difference. And so that letting go can open the way to this awakening to the absolute truth of who you are. Okay? Any other thoughts on that?
No, it's good for me.
Yeah, Christine, happy with that one?
Yes.
Okay. So number 6 then. Let's just give Elaine. Elaine, are you back? Still.
Yes, I'm back. Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to read number 6 for us?
Yeah. The alternative?
I think just let's be consistent. Let's read the original and then the alternative. There's a bit of translation to do. So Christ's vision becomes my true self's vision, and then God becomes pure formless awareness, the perfect love. So those are the translations. So read the alternatives there sometimes.
Okay. With anger gone, I will indeed perceive that my true self's vision and the gift of true perception, no sacrifice was asked, and only pain was lifted from a sick and tortured mind. Is this unwelcome?
For my true self's vision. For my true self's vision. And the gift of true perception, no sacrifice was asked.
Right. And only pain was lifted from a sick and tortured mind. Is this unwelcome? Is it to be feared? Or is it to be hoped for, met with thanks and joyously accepted?
Joyously.
We are joyously accepted. We are one, and therefore give up nothing. But we have indeed been given everything by pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Okay, let's see. What you're saying in this one.
Well, with anger gone, we can see our true self and the gift it offers us, and it can lift us from the sick and tortured mind. And it's met with great happiness, and we are one, and are giving up nothing. And we have indeed been given everything by this pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Yeah. And it's all revealed by our letting go. Everything is valuable, anything of meaning, your true self's vision, true perception, nothing's really asked of you. Only pain is lifted from you. You're saying, is this really unwelcome? Is it to be feared? Or should you hope for it, meet it with thanks and joyously accept it? So the illusion the ego is perpetuating is that somehow we have to sacrifice. But he's saying there is no sacrifice. That's what you're losing was never real. It was never what you wanted in the first place. There was never any value in the ego's thought system. So whatever you give up in the ego was nothing. It had no meaning. It had no value. So is that really a sacrifice? But he's got to do a bit of a convincing job, because our egos are telling us, well, you're giving up something that's important and real and valuable. And he's got to reinterpret that and say, no, actually, you give up nothing. You give up nothing, and you can then experience everything. Pure formless awareness of perfect love and joy, and peace. We have indeed been given everything by pure formless awareness of perfect love. Just accepting it. The only thing it's missing is our acceptance. So we start accepting it as we let go. And acceptance comes more and more as we let go more and more of our resistance, of our blocks to it. Okay. Any other thoughts on that? Questions, comments?
That's all good.
All right, let's go to number 7 then. Then we're back at John. John, if you can read 7. In the alternative, not much to translate there, so we'll save some time. Just the light will become pure formless awareness.
Yet do I need letting go to perceive that this is so? Without its kindly awareness, I grope about in limited awareness, using reason only to justify my rage and my attacks. My understanding is so limited that what I think I understand is only confusion born of error. I am lost in mists of shifting dreams and fearful thoughts, with my eyes shut tight against pure formless awareness and my mind valuing only what is not there.
Yeah, so what's he saying here?
It's saying that we actually he's saying that even without the letting go process, we can understand that we are connected with Source. If we can connect with that Source, and if we can connect with that, we actually saying that we don't need letting go to perceive that there is, but without its awareness, we wander around lost, because our own understanding is so limited that we just confuse one thing with another and think we've got hold of something when actually we haven't. And we're just moving around in shifting dreams.
Yeah, quite a good imagery there. Eyes shut tight against my, you're talking about spiritual eyes there. My spiritual vision. My spiritual vision blocked. Spiritual vision. And your formless awareness that would show me blocked. And my mind valuing only what is not there. Remember, I'm never upset for the reason I think. It's lesson 5 in the workbook. Lesson 6, I'm only upset because I see what is not there. I see what is not there. It's not real. It's not true. We see images that are projected from a crazy mind, an insane mind. We perceive them as real from that same insane mind. And we got caught up in that process of projection and perception. And we got lost in that process, is what he's saying. In the midst of sifting dreams and fearful thoughts. Or we're so lost in our projection perception dream that we've forgotten who we really are. And then I think I understand what's going on in my dream, but it's really just confusion born of error. So he's asking us to really humble ourselves and look at our dream and go, actually, I'm clueless. I don't understand anything. That's lesson 3. I do not understand anything I see. It's all in those first 7 lessons, actually. If you really applied those, you'd understand the whole course. Okay, so any other comments or questions on that one?
No, it's good.
My spiritual vision just needs to be, and the pure formless awareness, it show me blocked. My mind valuing only what is not there. Okay. So let's move on to number 8. I think it's Christine, if you can read that one. So you can be born again in my true self, which is the Christ. That's the only real translation there. So then just reading the alternative from number 1.
Who can be born again in my true self except him who has let go everyone he sees or thinks of or imagines? Who could be set free while he imprisons anyone? The jailer is not free, for he is bound together with his prisoner. He must be sure that he does not escape, and so he spends his time in keeping watch on him. The bars that put the prisoner in bondage become the world in which his jailer lives along with the prisoner. And it is on the prisoner's freedom that the liberty of both depend. So it's the letting go of everyone that one sees or thinks of or imagines, that our true self can be expressed. Because it's this freedom. You could be set free while he imprisons anyone. We get obsessed with controlling or judging or imagining people, then we get caught up in the prison with them. And the prisoner's freedom frees up both the jailer and the prisoner. I don't quite understand that last bit.
So when we forgive or let go of someone we judge it, our prisoners are the people we condemn, we judge. We now become the jailer who's keeping them in the prison of the ego, along with us, through our judgment. And so we must recognize that it's only when I'm willing to let go of my judgments of them that I free myself and I free them. We both then free to be who we really are, which is the true self, the Christ that we share. But you cannot be set free as long as you imprison anyone, because you stay in the prison of your own thought forms that you project onto that person. You project condemnation, attack, thoughts that keeps you in a mental prison in your own mind. And so you might think, the ego tells you, well, like, will you free? And you somehow, scot-free, because they're the guilty ones. But who is thinking and feeling those thoughts and emotions of condemnation and guilt and attack? You are. So you are not free in that moment. You are bound to this insane thought system. That is an imprisoning thought system. It imprisons the mind into an alternate reality that is not happy at all. So as we give, so we receive. We set others free by not judging them. We set ourselves free. Which is not a new message. It was telling us this over and over again. But will we apply it? That's the key. Will you actually live this way or not?
It's a detachment thing. One can't be attached to any thought or possession or special person. It's got to be let go of.
Exactly. And then you can engage in life, but without attachment. And there's no suffering that it can cause you because you were never attached to it in the first place.
You stay with the joy and the peace and the love. And that's what makes you free.
And the shifting, changing forms of this world, well, they're just that. They're just shifting, changing forms. They change all the time. You realize you can't rely on them. There's no permanent stability there. There's no source of permanent happiness in what's constantly shifting and changing. So then you can experience it, and you live your life, you carry on. The shifting, changing forms just go away, but you're not attached to any of them, and you don't take them too seriously. I was talking yesterday about a potential business deal, which we were working on, which just fell apart because we've reached an impasse, and we can't get the potential investor to meet the the guy I'm dealing with, who's a representative of various communities who own these mining licenses. But it's like, well, okay, I was never attached to it. So what? You know what I mean? If it worked, great. If it doesn't work, then we move on. Because there's other opportunities and there's other deals. And so, there's no suffering. You play the game. And if it works, great. And if it doesn't, well, so what? It was never really important anyway. And that's the only attitude you can have to not suffer. And I've only learned that through a lot of bitter experience, because a lot of things haven't worked. Eventually you just get very good at letting go and saying, well, okay, it didn't work, but I can't make my happiness dependent on, some business transaction which relies on many other parties, or not. My happiness is eternal. My happiness is based on the truth within me. And so, yeah, I can play the game, but without attachment. So people are like, oh, it's not very spiritual to be doing, trying to do investment deals, and we're talking hundreds of millions and so, but it doesn't matter, because actually it's the principle that underlies it that's important. Are you attached or not? And it's a good test. It's always like when these things happen, it's like, okay, well, how attached am I? No, actually, did it cause any suffering? No, not really. There was some minor irritation, but it was like, okay, we'll just let it go and trust that if it's meant to happen again, come around again, it will. And if it doesn't, none of it's really important, so it doesn't really matter. So you can play the game freely without attachment. And then paradoxically, it's more likely to work, because in that unattached state, you're more likely to be a catalyst, allow something creative to happen and not sabotage, the deal. So one guy I was dealing with was getting quite controlling. It's like, oh, no, but I want to make sure that, you've got your final parties, the actual owners there, because I don't want to look bad to his investor he's representing. And so it's all about protecting the separate self. And so he's trying to control it. And then, you just see how that leads to the deal falling apart. As soon as separation enters, you can't make a deal happen, because it's all about trust and unity. That's what creates, anything of value. So it's all lessons in exactly this, this thought system which we study. So I'm very grateful, we have these principles, because otherwise you can just get lost in that, and it all seems to be quite disappointing, really, because so much doesn't work in this world, and in business, especially in this game. So more often than not, it fails. These sort of deals don't happen for whatever reason. So you just have to kind of learn that that's how it is, and not get attached to it. Okay, so happy to move to number 9. Elaine, if you can read that. It looks like John has lost his connection, so hopefully he'll rejoin us.
The alternative?
Yeah, I think so. There's not much to translate here.
Okay. Therefore, I told no one prisoner to my judgment. Sorry. Therefore, I hold no one prisoner to my judgment. I release instead of bind. For so I am set free. Oh, so Dave, I'm reading. Sorry, I'll read that one. I release instead of bind. So I am set free. The way is simple. Every time I feel a stab of anger, I need to realize that I hold a sword above my own head. and it will fall or be averted as I choose to be condemned or free. So does each person who seemed to tempt me into me to be angry represent my liberator from the prison of death? And so I owe him thanks instead of condemnation.
Okay, so what's he saying here?
Well, if we have any anger, even just a stab of anger, then that sword is above our head, and it's will fall on us if we continue to condemn. So each person who seems tempts me to be angry, really is my liberator from the prison of death. So really we need to owe them thanks instead of criticizing and condemning.
It gives us an opportunity in that moment when our anger's arisen. It gives us an opportunity to let it go and free ourselves. Because our anger's arisen, okay, but I don't have to react to it. I don't have to stay in the anger. I can release it. When I release the anger, I free myself from another part of the ego's thought system. So that person who's triggered you is your liberator, because they're helping you to free yourself from the anger, if you've interpreted correctly. So I owe thanks instead of condemnation. Remember, in the 10-step process, step 9 is gratitude. You get to a state of gratitude. Yes, okay, thank you, because you've given me the opportunity to undo another part of my ego. And without the trigger, I don't get the lesson. I can't do the undoing, the letting go that's going to undo my ego and free me. So the people who trigger you the most are the ones that you're most thankful to, because this is how you'll learn your lessons. Finally let go of your own ego and free yourself. It's just in the moment, it doesn't seem like it, does it? So one has to really remind yourself of these principles over and over again. So that this starts to become the default way that you think, that you approach things in this way, rather than the ego's way of, oh, no, how can you say that's good? That's just terrible. It's a disaster. Person's hurt me. How dare they? I'm a victim, and now I feel angry and upset. And I want to take revenge, whatever. That's the default perception of the ego. And he's saying all of that is a misperception. And that when you are angry, you feel a stab of anger. We all know what that feels like. It does feel like a stab of anger. It's, okay, and you feel that. When you feel that, realize that you are condemning yourself. You're about to condemn yourself. I hold a sword above my own head. And we can say, sword of judgment. So you judge them as worthy of your anger and attack. What you're saying is that you judge yourself as worthy of anger and attack. And in that moment, you deny your true self. You deny perfect love, and you agree with the ego's belief that you are a separate self who is guilty and sinful and deserves to be punished. Even though you seem to be projecting that punishment onto someone else, it's the same thought system. The idea of guilt and sin and punishment is an ego idea. So you then slave yourself into that idea. Or you can choose to free yourself by letting it go. And then the more you let it go, the more you free yourself from the whole thought system of the ego. So it no longer attracts you at all. There's no attraction of guilt. Okay, does that make sense? And why
Yes.
I owe him thanks. The gratitude is a very important step. That's why I put it as a step 9, because if you can really feel grateful, you can't really fake it. You know if you're feeling grateful or if you've still got resentment, because they're different feelings, opposite feelings. So if you can really feel that gratitude, then you know you're forgiven. That's the test. If you don't, if you can't feel that gratitude, there's still some lingering resentment, then go back to step 1 of this 10-step process and do it again. And work through the process until you get to step 9 again, which is the gratitude. And then again, the gratitude is the barometer. Have I really learned this lesson? If I can really feel grateful, then yes. If I'm not still grateful and there's some anger and resentment, then I haven't fully learned it. Okay. So happy with number 9. Let's move on to number 10 then, which is the last one. So Christine, if you can read that in the original as to translate line by line in the alternative. Yes.
Be merciful today. I choose to be loving and kind today. Yeah, I mean, this is so meaningful. The Son of God deserves your mercy. The extension of perfect love deserves my blessing. It is He who asks that you accept the way to freedom now. It asks that I accept the way to freedom now. I do not deny Him. I do not deny it. His Father's love for Him belongs to you. Its source's love for it is mine. Your function here on earth is only to forgive Him, that you may accept Him back as your identity. My function here on earth is only to let go of all my judgments on it, so that I may accept it back as my true identity. He is as God created him. I am as perfect love extends me. And you are what he is. I am what it is. Forgive him now his sins, and you will see that you are one with him. When I let go of my perceptions of its sins today, I will perceive that I am one with it.
So thoughts on that?
Back to letting go of all my judgments of others, because they basically represent my true identity, extension of perfect love, and they deserve my blessing. When I forgive them, then I let go of my perceptions of their sins, and I perceive that I am one with everything, everyone.
So, as I judge others, so I judge myself. Because I'm judging the one extension. If I judge the extension as guilty, then I'm judging myself as guilty, because I'm one with that extension. I can't judge another and say you're guilty and I'm innocent. It's not possible. The mind doesn't work that way. The ego will try and convince you that it does, but it doesn't. If you believe they're guilty and you condemn them, then you must believe in that thought system of guilt and sin and condemnation, and that will apply to you. Those rules, the laws of chaos, as we're gonna do tonight in the text, apply to you then, because by your own beliefs, so they are for you. So it's extraordinarily simple, really, but most people don't know this, and very few people, even if you know it conceptually, are able to live this way, in a way of not judging others and not condemning. So don't project your guilt onto anyone, no matter what they've done. Don't condemn them. That's the message. But we make exceptions. Oh, no, in this case.
Yeah.
And it just happens by default. It creeps in and you find yourself judging and condemning.
It's a habit.
So just a very bad habit that the ego's got you into, as its way of defending itself. Because as soon as you do that, you make that entire thought system, the insane thought system that is the opposite of perfect love, real in that moment. The moment you condemn someone, the entire system is real, and you're now very much in the ego's system, and you must then live and die by its laws. And one judgment on another does that, splits your mind, puts you into this illusory state of mind, in which you now seem to be guilty and sinful and prone to attack and fear and ultimately death. And one judgment on another person does that to your mind. So it requires a lot of vigilance. Say, no, I'm not going to do that anymore. I must stop. Whenever I'm doing that, what I'm really doing is whacking my head against a brick wall. I'm going, right, this is going to work. Bang. And you go, oh, that hurts. And then you blame the wall. No, it's the wall that's the problem. But it's not. It's you. It's your own judgment that is then causing you the pain. But the ego doesn't tell us this. We need to remind ourselves constantly with this teaching of the Course that all judgment is self-judgment, all attack is self-attack, and there's no exception to that, because that's the way the mind works. So the laws of truth are fixed. You can't decide on what's true and what's not and how the mind works. You can only decide to obey them or not. That's up to you. Now, you can believe in the laws of chaos if you want to, but then you must suffer the consequences of that choice. And that's what we call karma. If you make a choice that is faulty, that's out of alignment with truth, then the consequences will follow, and you must experience those, because that's the law of cause and effect.
Out of alignment with your true self.
Yeah. And that's how the mind works. And it's actually, he says at some point in the Course, for your protection, because when you're out of alignment and you suffer, then that is what's going to awaken you, ultimately. If there was no suffering, you would stay out of alignment and you would continue to, behave in this egoic way, and you would never come back to your source. So suffering is really a sign that we are out of alignment and we need to correct that misalignment and come back to our source. And that's all it's for. That's its only use. It's a call for love, a call for help to correct our course and go back, return home to the truth. So it's necessary until you realize it's not necessary. Right? If you really choose to stay on course, you don't need suffering then to keep you on course. Just choose it. But that in practice takes a lot of learning. Most people learn through pain initially. When the suffering comes, then only then are they willing to change them. We all go through that. There's a part of our journey, we hear because of the suffering. But then there's a point when you go, well, I don't need to suffer to learn anymore. I can just accept this teaching and I can learn consciously, willingly. I don't have to suffer to learn the lessons. I can just really listen to what he's saying and just keep letting go, just let go at a deeper level using these prompts that he's giving us in the lessons in the text to do that. And then I don't need to experience suffering in order to let go. So he's pointing us again, back to the only way that you're going to wake up from the dream. Your only function on earth is to let go of all your judgments on it. Which is simple, but it's quite a big ask, isn't it? All your judgments on everyone and everything. Wow. Okay. That's like a complete mind clear. You've just got to wash your mind of all of that false stuff and open to, that unconditioned state. That's unconditional love, pure formless awareness of perfect love that lies beyond all of that. That's what we're doing. And that's going to take a lifetime of mind training to get you able to stay in that state where you can just be in the state of pure formless awareness, perfect love, no matter what seems to be going on in your dream world. That's the mind training. It's going to take a lot of training to get you there, which is, why we practice. Okay, so any other thoughts on the lesson? We've got a little summary which we can read, and key message, and then we can do a meditation on it if you like. All right, so Elaine, if you can read first couple of paragraphs.
My completion is found in my source's pure formless awareness, and I am its sacred extension, forever in union with pure formless awareness of perfect love. My true function in the world may seem unclear due to envy, hatred, and attack, but it will become clear to me as I let go of my negative thoughts and emotions and undo untruth. Being related to the state of pure formless awareness cannot even be conceived of in the world. Through my letting go, the pure formless state extends itself into my awareness, leading to dreams close to waking, where joy abounds.
Okay, so what's he saying here?
Our whole self, completed self, is in our source of pure formless awareness. And we're forever in union with the pure formless awareness. And it's our true function to the world, which may seem very unclear at the moment due to various negative emotions. And through the letting go, the pure formless state extends itself to our awareness, leading to dreams close to waking from joy, where joy is, and happiness and love.
Yeah. Well said. It's a pure formless state that awakens us to the truth of our own pure formless awareness of perfect love. And so we have a dream, but the dream is now being infused by this pure formless awareness. And so we start waking up. The more it infuses, the more we perceive it, we start waking up to where our joy abounds. Okay, so number 3, if you can read that one, Christine.
Letting go helps me look gently upon the unknown, dispelling my fears and making way for pure formless awareness of perfect love. It transforms how I perceive my body, leaving it as a mere teaching aid. Without the body, my mind cannot err or feel anger, and my letting go can restore my peace and guide me back to my innocence.
Okay. What's he saying there?
Letting go helps dispel my fears and transforms how I perceive my body, which is just a teaching aid. My mind cannot feel anger, and my letting go can restore my peace and guide me back to innocence.
Yeah. So letting go is the one thing we've got to do.
Yeah.
You experience all these great gifts and benefits, and he's saying, well, why do you resist it? So part of the teaching is to get us to understand, what the consequences of letting go and not letting go are, and then motivate us through the benefits and through the awfulness of the other consequences. You don't let go, it's not a good outcome. But if you do let go, then love, peace, joy, happiness are yours, and which would you rather have? So to learn this, we've really got to engage in letting go to an extent, and then we start seeing that these principles apply, and it actually does work if you let go. And you do experience more happiness and peace and love.
And the next one is even better. This absence of anger is a consequence of my true self vision. I recognize that there is no sacrifice or pain, but all is given by pure formless awareness of perfect love. My limited understanding and rage limit my perception, but my letting go will set me free. I mean, all the things that keep you away from your true self is the sacrificing and the pain and the limited understanding and the rage. And if I can just let go of all of that, I will be set free.
Yeah, it's very simple, isn't it? But easier said than done. Because when the ego comes calling and the rage is boiling, not so easy just to let it go. So okay, well, none of this is real.
If you can see the rage as that sword above your head that's going to attack you,
yeah,
it's much better to let it go, isn't it? I mean, I'm getting good at this. I really am getting good at it.
Yeah, good.
Month off has helped me tremendously.
So, sorry, what's helped?
This month that I've pulled out has helped me tremendously.
Good. You obviously needed some time out. You just reflect, and there's a lot of. We've been going since February. Well, we started beginning of February with this program, so that's going on for 7 months. Now it's quite an intense program. There's a lot daily, and just these ideas coming in, and so sometimes you just need to reflect and re-energize and take some time out. Integration, I think, really. Would you say it's all about integration?
Got to make it part of walk my talk.
Yeah, to actually integrate these ideas into your mindset, into your life. This is what he's asking us to do, to live it. So it starts to become the sort of default way that you operate. And this is why the mind training is so extensive. So this has got to, when you're tempted to get angry, you've got to have ways of thinking about it that are going to help you let that go. Like you meant this analogy, well, as a sword, I'm about to lock my own head off here through my rage. Well, that's not clever. Could even use a analogy of a guillotine. I'm putting my head on the block here. And I'm going to, by my own decision, I'm going to chop it off. These kinds of imagery, I mean, it's quite shocking in some ways, but he does it because it's going to wake us up, isn't it? To say, oh, hang on, like, what am I doing here? Stop. This is madness. Just, correct it.
Yeah, and guess
Rather
what?
go down that mad track.
Me and my sore neck was exactly that, the guillotine. And I was great at judging others and keeping myself a prisoner of that self-righteousness until I realized that actually I'm part of the whole game, sort of. I'm the one that...
Yeah. Who's the one who's judging?
Yes.
He's always judging.
Yes.
What's the common element in all of your life experiences? You.
Yeah.
So obvious, isn't it? How could you not see it?
Yeah, until the pain got beyond endurance. And then I could see what I was doing to myself. So,
and now is it better? Is the pain gone, dissipated?
Well, it's much better. I'm wearing a collar now most of the day to remind me not to judge, not to point a finger at others, and just let go, let go, let go. And hopefully I won't need the collar anymore.
So isn't it interesting? Because when we say someone's a nuisance, we say you're just a pain in the neck.
Exactly. Yeah.
Isn't it? I mean, that's quite a common phrase, isn't it? I don't know if it's in the UK, but pain in the neck is, quite, and that's exactly what it gives you. When you judge others like that, it gives you a pain in the neck. So it's in language for a reason. It's because it does actually, that judgment stimulates a physical pain in the neck.
And we really have to look at these things. That's partly why I'm in healing, because I can see it in my clients. It's so evident, and then I judge them for being so stupid. Why can't you see it? Meanwhile, I'm doing exactly
Who's judging them? It's funny. Judgment is. There's a course teacher once said to me, he said, I was at a party and this guy came in, and I said to a friend, that guy's very judgmental. And then he because he'd done some of the course, he kind of backed up and he said, I realized what I just done. I've just been judgmental. I've just judged him for being judgmental, and I'm the judgmental one.
Yeah.
In doing that. So who's really judgmental? Me. Always comes back to me, which is uncomfortable to look at the mirror like this. It's not a comfortable process, because then you got to see, the limits itself. You see the dysfunctional little me that is masquerading as you, and you've played that game your whole life. It's not comfortable, but it's the only way to get rid of it. You've got to look at it in the mirror to see it very clearly. Oh, that's just, I don't even want to look. It's so awful. But yes, you're saying you must look, really, hold up the mirror, really look. And if you see the ugliness of it, then maybe, only then will you be convinced to let it go. Because you go, I can't bear it. That's awful. Okay, well, then will you let it go? Are you willing to let that horrible self-concept go and let it be replaced by your true self, which is always happy, peaceful, loving, joyful, giving? That's magnificent. It's a lovely self. It's only happy, it's kind, it's giving, it's loving. Surely you'd want that rather than this miserable little self-image that you made up, that keeps judging and condemning others, and in the process itself. Who in their right mind would want to do that? Okay, so it's profound stuff. My letting go is the key to my my letting go is the key to my rebirth. We read the absence of anger. We read that one? No. Did we read this one? Maybe we didn't. So, Elaine, if you can read, the absence of anger is a consequence of my true self's vision.
Absence of anger is a consequence of my true self's vision. I recognize that there is no sacrifice of pain, but all is given by pure formless awareness of perfect love. My limited understanding and rage limit my perception, but my letting go will set me free.
Okay. There's no sacrifice or pain, just so you know. There is nothing that's negative. What's he saying here?
Well, the absence of negative emotions, especially anger and fear, is the consequences of our true self's vision. So once we recognize that there is no sacrifice of pain, it's all been given by pure formless awareness of perfect love. So my limited understanding and rage limit what we perceive, and the only way is by letting go. That will set me free.
So it's the greatest gift you can give yourself, to learn to let go. This one thing, this one essential skill is the greatest gift you can give yourself, because it brings everything else that you truly want. So when you're like, well, why wouldn't you want to learn that? If this is the one thing you've got to learn, then you should be dedicating your life to that, surely, because that's the one thing that's gonna unlock everything else. It's the one thing that you are not taught. Your entire life, the world teaches you the opposite of it, doesn't it? From an early age, you're not taught to let go. You're taught to hold on, taught to get attached. You're taught to value the illusions. The world teaches you to get more and more enslaved into its thought system. And so this, it runs completely counter to the world's thinking and teaching. But that's exactly why it's so powerful, because it just undoes all of it. It goes completely against the ego's grain. And it's the only way to be free. Okay, then he continues in the same vein. My letting go is the key to my rebirth. Do you want to read that, Elaine?
Yeah. My letting go is the key to my rebirth in my true self and my freedom. Judging others keeps me a prisoner, but letting go of my judgments releases them and sets me free. Each one who tempts me to get angry represents a way out of my self-created prison. Yeah. Well, letting go is the key.
Yeah.
Judging others is keeping us in prison. So just keep letting go.
Yeah. So Christine, would you like to, you said you have to leave it. It's the last paragraph in the key message. You want to read those for us? Where you go?
Therefore, I am loving and kind to the extension of perfect love. That one.
Yeah.
I accept that only way to experience my source's love and freedom is to fulfill my function of letting go. As I let go of my judgments of others, I accept them as part of my identity, recognizing that we are one in pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is what this whole lesson has been about. My only function is letting go to experience my source's love and freedom. No judgments of others. I accept them as part of my identity, and we are one in pure formless awareness of perfect love. So be it.
There it is. Yeah.
I'm out of here. Okay, can I go?
Read the key message first.
In this lesson, I contemplate my connection to pure formless awareness, perfect love, and explore the importance of letting go as the means of reconnecting with it. This process helps me to see beyond the limited awareness of the world and gives me a deeper, more experiential understanding of unity, freedom, and innocence. By letting go of my judgment of others, I will inevitably find my true identity. Thank you, Jono.
Okay. Thank you for joining us, Christine.
Okay. Bye.
All right.
Bye.
See you
Bye,
again
Elaine.
soon, I hope.
Bye. Bye.
All right. Have a nice evening. Okay. So, yeah, just very simple, but very profound, isn't it? It's not rocket science. But will you do it? Yes, you're saying, well, will you do it? It's all very well knowing the principles, but will you actually apply it by letting go of your judgments of
Quick as
others?
possible, yeah.
I had another situation with that. It's another potential business deal. This guy's he's a coal buyer, and he's just been really difficult to get hold of. And part of him is like, this guy's just, he's all over the place and he's never coming back to me. He's just a bullshitter. But something in him was like, okay, just let it go. Don't judge. It's like, okay, I don't know. He's evidently busy. Apparently he had some shipments going off and he's running around. He's driving around the countryside, back and forth from Johannesburg down to one of the ports called Richards Bay. And, so like, okay, well, just don't judge, just like he's got. And so I actually managed to speak to him today. And he's like, yeah, actually, I'm quite interested in what you propose. So let's talk next week. I've just been flat out, he had 5 shipments to get off this month. Well, you see, until you've walked a mile in someone's shoes, you don't know. Right? If I had to get 5 shipments off of, hundreds of thousands of tons of this product, you might also be like, just forget everything else. I've just got to focus on, what I've got to do. But again, the principles apply in these practical life situations. So if I got really, on my high horse and judged him, then no deal. It's going to go, okay, so delete that contact. I don't want to know. I don't want to talk to that guy again because he's just given me grief and, really made him feel guilty. Because that's what you're doing by judging. You're saying you're the guilty one. And no one likes to feel guilty. So then, they'll just terminate the relationship. But because I was able to let go and say, okay, well, let's give him the benefit of the doubt and let's be patient. I won't harass him, but okay, so it feels like it's right to call him today or yesterday, and then he couldn't speak to him, and eventually I got a hold of him today. And okay, well, maybe something will happen. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. But the lesson remains: don't judge. Even if someone's behavior is apparently, not great, don't judge it and see beyond it. That he, like anyone, is just doing his best in this world. Everyone's doing their best, and sometimes that best doesn't look very good. But is just doing his best to deal with what he's got to deal with, what's on his plate, and you can get overwhelmed, as we know. Then it's like, okay, well, I can't deal with anything else. I've just got to focus on what I've got to do. And then he ends up ignoring people, which isn't great, but not everyone can cope. I'll tend to, it doesn't take a long to send a quick text message or a voice note. It takes a minute to send a voice note, and you keep the communication going. And I'll do that if I'm, in the kitchen or I'm on the toilet, or it's not difficult. But I think not everyone is as disciplined or organized, so then they don't necessarily do that. So anyway, it's just it's over and over this lesson. It's like, don't judge, because judgment sabotages anything positive. You know, whatever good could come out of a situation is denied by the judgment that you have. So let it go. Sometimes it's appropriate to walk away. Okay, well, maybe I can't deal with it. That's possible. But then I don't judge. I just walk away. Okay, well, I'm just going to move on. There's none of the condemnation. I think that's the key thing. Judgment is all about condemnation. You know, I'm condemning the person. It's bad. It's wrong. They've done something wrong, generally because they've hurt me. They've done something, you know, that I don't like, and then I condemn them in my perception. And condemnation is always of the ego and is negative. Negates my true awareness, which is pure formless awareness of perfect love. And it's restored to me by my choice to let go rather than to judge. Okay, so that's the lesson. So the text, as I said, is 22 paragraphs, so it's a monster. We probably won't do a meditation off that because we're too tired. So do you want to do a meditation for 20 minutes now and then go into the text?
Yeah. Is John going to join us? That's a big one. 22, isn't it?
I think he's struggling with his connection, so possibly not. He had to go to another site in the park where his home is.
Oh, I see. Right.
And then he dropped off. So
Yeah. Okay.
So we might be on our own.
Do some of it, yeah.
Christina, but well, we just we'll go as far as we can.
Yeah. Okay then.
So,
do a short meditation.
So we do a should we do a meditation on this?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Great. Yeah.
Okay, so just making yourself comfortable. Giving yourself into your favorite meditation posture. If you're sitting in a chair, sit with your feet shoulder width apart, your back straight. Cup your hands in your lap, close your eyes. And you start off with a nice deep breath in through the nose. So breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises and the subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Clench your sphincter muscle to lock the energy in. Feel this warm wave of energy rising up the spine into your heart center. Draw it up into the crown of your head. It's pausing at the top of the inhale. So it's a maximum inhale breath. And just scan your mind, so noticing thoughts and emotions, related body sensations going on, particularly anything that feels negative, limiting, contracted, constricting in any way. You breathe into that and remind yourself that I have a function that perfect love inspires me to fill. That function is letting go. The only function is to let go of all my judgments. And so anything that's disturbing your peace, you just let it go now with the help of your breath. You exhale out through your mouth, blowing it out in the breeze of your breath. Dark cloud leaving you. It's going, gone. Pull the lower stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. And you rest here in this deep peace and stillness for a few moments. So just going to breathe in and out through your nose now. Deep, slow, rhythmical breaths. And listen to these words as you do that. This is from the personalized executive summary of today's lesson. And as you listen to me, you're going to breathe in. You hold the breath briefly as I speak. And then you're going to exhale out through the nose as I pause, and then as you exhale, just speak the words as an affirmation of these profound truths. So you're actually affirming the words and learning through your affirmations that these are true for you. So breathing in through the nose, hold the breath briefly as you listen to this executive summary of this profound lesson. So my completion is found in my sources, pure, formless awareness. And I am its sacred extension. So exhale and repeat those words out through the nose. Speak the words. My completion is found in my sources, pure formless awareness, and I am its sacred extension. Breathing in again. Forever in union with pure formless awareness of perfect love. Breathe in. Breathe this pure formless awareness of perfect love into every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being is in union with this awareness. You inhale it, you embrace it, you accept it fully. And then as you exhale, speak it. Forever in union. I am forever in union with pure formless awareness, perfect love. Breathe in again. And my true function in the world may seem unclear due to envy, hatred, and attack. Exhale as you speak those words. Breathing in again. But it will become clear to me as I let go of my negative thoughts and emotions. And untruth. With falsity they stand for. Breathing in again. In this world, I cannot even conceive of being, which is the same as the state of pure formless awareness. Exhale out through the nose, you speak those words. Cannot even conceive of being, which is the same as the state of pure formless awareness. Breathe in again. Through my letting go, this pure formless state extends itself into my awareness. Exhale as you repeat those words. And in again. Leading to dreams that are close to waking, where joy abounds, in which I experience joy. Breathing in again. Letting go helps me look gently upon the unknown. Dispelling my fears and making way for pure formless awareness of perfect love. Exhale as you repeat those words. Breathe in again, maximal inhale breath, pause, hold the breath. It transforms how I perceive my body, leaving it as a mere teaching aid in my perception. Exhale as you speak those words. The body is just a teaching aid. Breathe in again. Without the body, my mind cannot hurt or feel anger. And so my letting go of my body identification can restore my peace and guide me back to my innocence. Breathe in again. The absence of anger is a consequence of my true self's vision. Exhale as you speak the truth of those words. And then again, I recognize that there is no sacrifice or pain, but all is given by pure formless awareness of perfect love. Breathe in again. My limited understanding and rage limit my perception, but my letting go will set me free. So let's look at any anger, any rage you're feeling. Notice how limited that feels, and then say, how do you not want to feel this? You choose to let it go. Let it go, just blow it all out. Breathe with your breath. My letting go will set me free. So feel that freedom enveloping you as you breathe in. You're breathing freedom into every pore and every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being. And so my letting go is the key to my rebirth and my true self and my freedom. My rebirth as my true self. And my ultimate freedom. Breathe in again. But judging others keeps me a prisoner. Of my own mind. Whereas letting go of my judgments releases them and sets me free. And then again, each one who tempts me to get angry presents a way out of my self-created prison. person who tempts me to get angry gives me, offers me a way out of my self-created prison. So therefore, I am grateful. Loving and kind to the extension of perfect love. I accept that the only way to experience my source's love and freedom is to fulfill my function of letting go. Exhale the truth of that as you speak the words. Breathe in again. As I let go of my judgments of others, I accept them as part of my identity, recognizing that we are one in pure formless awareness of perfect love. Amen. So be it. So feel that power of this pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is your identity and everyone's. Breathe it in. Embrace it into every pore, every cell, every part of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being is in the light. So in this lesson, it's a key message. So breathe in again. Hold the breath. In this lesson, I contemplate my connection to In this lesson, I contemplate my connection to pure formless awareness of perfect love. Exhale the truth of that as you speak those words, and also explore the importance of letting go. As the means of reconnecting with it. This process helps me see beyond the limited awareness of the world. And gives me a deeper, more experiential understanding of unity, freedom, and innocence. By letting go of my judgments of others, I will inevitably find my true identity, my true self. And so it is. And so now, just with this invitation, just remain in this enlightened state in which there are no illusions in the mind. You live through your true self, and only that. There's nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just breathe, relax, be still, and surrender into the stillness of your true self, who you really are. Experience the peace, the love, the joy, the unity, the freedom, the innocence. Breathe it all in, infuse every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being is in the light of this pure formless awareness. Pure formless awareness, perfect love is yours. There is nothing else to experience, just this. One singular experience, one singular self-awareness and experience. And so open yourself to just breathing in and out through your nose. So you're an empty vessel, no thoughts in your mind. You just open to whatever comes, whatever you experience in the next few minutes of deep contemplative silence. Just breathe, observe the breath, relax, be still, and know that you are God, you are pure. Formless awareness of perfect love itself. Experience that fully for the next couple of minutes of deep silence. Gently coming back to an awareness of the body and the breath, senses and the world. Hi, John. We're just coming out of meditation. So, breathing in, the count of 1, notice stomach rise, chest rise, subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Pause at the top of the inhale, scan your mind. You notice any thoughts, emotions, related body sensations going on. Particularly anything that feels negative, limiting, contracted, constricting, and you just remind yourself that I have only one function. I have a function that perfect love inspires me to fill, which is to let go. And so I exhale and I blow it out. Let it all go. And the count of 2, notice the weight of your body pressing down into the chair, your feet touching the ground. Noticing what you're feeling and touching. Maybe there's a subtle taste in your mouth, a smell in your nose. Notice that. Notice what you're hearing, surrounding environment. Just noticing all these things in a very still, calm, and surrendered state of mind. State without illusions, a state in which you've let go. There's just pure awareness. And you're going to set the intention to stay in this awareness for the rest of the evening. And we're going to dive into our text reading, which is on the laws of chaos. So just let this awareness guide you through this profound section of the text. And so it is said, and so it is done. Now on the count of 3, open your eyes. Just take a minute to look around, ground yourself back into this seeming reality. Notice that this awareness is still there, underlying all of your sense perceptions. Doesn't matter what you look at, same awareness. It's a deep, peaceful, fulfilled, contented feeling. Look at a couple of objects randomly. Notice that feeling is there, irrespective of what you're looking at. You can close your eyes, notice the feeling. Close your eyes, open your eyes, notice it there, still. And so you are learning that that feeling, that awareness is always there, can never really be separated from it because it's your own true awareness. So to paraphrase the Course, this awareness goes with you wherever you go because it's in your mind. God goes with me wherever I go because God is in my mind is one of the early workbook lessons, 30, I think. So this loving awareness, peaceful awareness is with you wherever you go because it's in your own mind. It is your own true awareness. So that brings us to the end of the meditation and the first part of the session. So let's move on now to the text. Okay, so what was this? Okay, so this text is, let's just find it for you. Text is there. So this one is section 2 of chapter 23, called The Laws of Chaos. There's 22 paragraphs, one of the longest sections in the whole book. So I'll try and go through it quickly by reading it in the alternative and won't dwell too much on each paragraph. And Lane, you'll be pleased to know John has joined us.
Hi, Lane.
Oh, hi, John. Welcome back.
Are you back home now?
I am indeed. Yeah. It was a bit noisy where I was in the bar. Actually, it wasn't working that well. I was surprised you didn't pick up the noise of the kids. Actually,
no, not really. Yeah,
no.
It was the mics. I don't know what mic you've got, but the mics don't pick up that much surround sound.
No,
which is quite a good thing actually sometimes. Okay, so this one is the laws of chaos. which he's going to talk about. So, John, do you want to kick it off with
Yep.
reading the alternative?
The laws of chaos can be brought to pure formless awareness, though never understood. Chaotic laws are hardly meaningful and therefore out of reason's sphere. Yet they appear to be an obstacle to reason and to truth. Let me then look upon them calmly, that I may look beyond them, understanding what they are, not what they would maintain. It is essential to be understood what they are there for, because it is their purpose to make meaningless and to attack the truth. Here are the laws that rule the world I made, and yet they govern nothing and need not be broken, merely looked upon and gone beyond.
And yet they govern nothing.
Is introducing a concept here which is calling it laws, the laws of chaos. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, I think it's interesting that he calls it laws of chaos. I mean, chaos, I understand. Chaos is the result of the ego's thinking, and so he's explaining that the patterns of the ego's thinking, the way they behave, is completely chaotic.
Yeah.
And can never be understood because they're not logical, or they're all random, and they can only be brought to pure formless awareness, because otherwise they just multiply on and keep reproducing forever, and have no bearing on truth, and in fact serve to be obstacles to truth. So he's encouraging us to look upon them calmly, understand that they are untruth, chaotic untruths, and that they will never have meaning and can only be, they can't be argued with, no point disputing with them, there's no point disproving them. It's purely a matter of being independent of them and letting them go, not being influenced by them.
Well, I'm not sure there's no point in disproving that. I think that's what he's doing here. But
Okay.
we can't understand them logically. I think a big obstacle many people face with the course is they try and understand. They say, "I'm not understanding," like this ego thing. And the whole point is you can't understand it because it doesn't make sense. That's the point. So these chaotic laws, you can look at them and that's what he's helping us do, but don't try and figure them out and make sense of them and try and make the system of laws that the ego has proposed work, because it doesn't work. You look upon it, you look on it with awareness, you perceive it correctly, and you see it as the product of an insane mind, and that the entire system is illogical, it's flawed, it doesn't work, and the entire system needs to be let go of. Every law that makes up that system needs to be let go of in your mind. And that's the only point of looking at the laws of chaos, to transcend them, as he's saying, to go beyond them. And instead of gone beyond, let's say transcend it, Sean.
Yeah.
Just read it from the top again, because I made a few translations as we go.
The laws of chaos can be brought to pure formless awareness.
This, by the way, just so you know, was done entirely by the AI. I haven't done it. I just told it which substitutions to do. You know, the word, and then it just produced it. So
yeah, it's very, very good. I think it's remarkable, really.
yeah, so it seems to learn. It's done. Let me then. Let us then. So let me then. You know, so it's able to do the personalization as well as the substitutions, and you know, make it intelligible, which is very helpful. Okay, so we just read again from the top.
Yeah, the laws of chaos can be brought to pure formless awareness, though never understood. Chaotic laws are hardly meaningful, and therefore out of reason's sphere. Yet they appear to be an obstacle to reason and truth. Let me then look upon them calmly, so that I may look beyond them, understanding what they are and not what they would maintain. It is essential I understand what they are for, because it is their purpose to make meaningless and to attract the truth. Here are the laws that rule the world I made, and yet they govern nothing and need not be broken, but merely perceived correctly and transcended.
Okay, so a nice intro, setting us up to have a look at the laws. And he's saying we must look at them, but don't try and understand them, just try and transcend them. Okay, so paragraph 2, Elaine, in the alternative, if you can read that for us, please.
The first chaotic law is that the truth is different for everyone. Like all these principles, this one maintains that each is separate and has a different set of thoughts that set him off from others.
But each is just
each
saying
is
them. So each person separate and has a different set of thoughts that separate them off from others. Okay.
This principle evolves from the belief there is a hierarchy of illusions. Some are more valuable and therefore true. Each one establishes this for himself and makes it true by his attack and what another values. And this is justified because the values differ, and those who hold them to be unlike and therefore enemies.
Okay, so what's he saying here?
Well, some of these chaotic laws are different, and they have different thoughts that separate them off from others, and there's a hierarchy of illusions. Some are more valuable and therefore true. And they make it true by their attack on what others value. And this is justified because the values differ, and those who hold them seem to be unlike, and therefore enemies. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is common in religious contexts. You know, people say, well, my truth isn't your truth. You know, what I believe isn't what you believe, so we have different truths. And now we seem to be unlike, and we have a different value system, and therefore attack seems justified. And you know, many in history, many wars have been fought over just different belief systems. And the idea that my truth is superior to your truth. Christians and Muslims, Hindus and Muslims, and various other, even within Christian faith, Protestants and Catholics. Okay, we have a different belief system. So my truth is different from your truth, and I have to believe that my truth is the truth and yours is false. And now the mind gets attached to its belief, says, no, this belief is true, this other person's not true, uses to justify separation. Apparently this person is now worthy of attack because they believe something other than you, and your attack seems to be justified, and therefore, they are enemies. Even if they supposedly believe in the same God. Protestants and Catholics, same religion, just a different belief system within it. So, slightly different beliefs. It's bizarre, really, when you think about it. So people go to war with each other and fight and kill each other over beliefs. But that's the power of the mind and of the dogmas that enslave us. And you've probably heard this chaotic law expressed by people. Oh, well, that's your truth, but I have a different truth. You believe that, I'll believe what I believe. We each have our own truth. And the law of chaos says, well, that's okay. Everyone can believe in whatever they want to believe, and that's all right. But it's not, because it creates all kinds of separation. Unless we believe in one truth, we disagree. And then you have separation, and you have all the attack that comes from the separation, and there's no unity. So there is one universal truth, which is not dogmatic. It's a simple statement of your being, that you are one with the source, and everyone is, because everyone comes from the source. It goes beyond belief to the ultimate absolute truth of what every person and every life form is. We have an awareness that is our life essence. That's the absolute truth, and that unites us, and only that is the truth. Everything else is false and just covers over that. Okay? So happy with number 2?
Yeah.
Okay. John, number 3. Think how this seems to interfere.
Think how this seems to interfere with the first principles of corrections. This establishes degrees of truth among illusions, making it seem that some of them are harder to overcome than others. If it were realized that they are all the same and equally untrue, it would be easy then to understand that corrections apply to all of them. Errors of any kind can be let go because they are untrue. When brought to truth instead of to each other, they merely disappear. No part of nothing can be more resistant to the truth than can another.
Okay.
I'm not. What is this first principle of corrections? Think how this seems to interfere with the first principles of corrections.
Yeah, first principle of miracles.
Oh.
Yeah, well, there's no order of difficulty. Remember, first.
Oh yeah. Okay. Oh yeah.
There's no order of difficulty. It's the first principle, which is the first line in the course proper. Paragraph 1, sentence 1 of the text is.
Yeah.
There is no order of difficulty in miracles or among miracles. One is not bigger or harder than another. They are all equally, they're all the same. That's the first principle, which was principle 1. Remember, there were 50 principles in the first chapter.
Yeah.
So that's the first principle, for it establishes a degrees of truth among illusions. Some of them are harder to overcome than others. I can realize that they're all the same and equally untrue. It would and then be easy to understand that corrections apply to all of them. So really the simple principle is it's all untrue. It's all equally untrue. There's two categories. It's true or it's untrue. And those are the only distinctions the Holy Spirit makes. It doesn't go into degrees of untruth and levels of untruth, and this is slightly more untrue than another untruth. It doesn't do that. It just says it's all untrue. And then in that understanding is the correction. Because the correction applies to all of them. Okay, well, it's untrue, therefore I let it go. It's of no value to me. I don't hold it in my mind because it's untrue. Which is why there's no order of difficulty in miracles, in corrections, because all of them can be corrected by the simple awareness that they are not true. Whereas if you have degrees of truth and illusions, you get very confused. Now it's like, okay, now we get into the subtleties and nuances of, well, this is true, but this is slightly more true than this. And we have levels and we have degrees, and all of that gets you into the ego system in a big way, and you can't see the wood for the trees, which is where many teachers and teachings fall down. They get lost in the detail of the ego, and they forget the simple clarity of truth versus illusion. Errors of any kind can be let go because they are untrue. So simple. So when brought to the truth, they just disappear. No part of nothing can be more resistant to the truth than can another. Does that make sense, Doctor?
Yeah, that one's good.
Yeah. So, different truths interferes with this first principle of corrections, that it's true or it's not, and you just need to accept the truth and let go of everything else, irrespective of what it seems to be. But if you start getting into degrees of truth is different for everyone, it really muddies the waters and you get very confused. And now you're in perception. What the ego is saying is that the degrees of truth are truth when actually you're in the domain of perception, and the perception by definition is false. So you're just in another untruth, still untrue. And the Holy Spirit helps you to cut through that noise and just see it for what it is, and make the correction, which is to let go of whatever's not true in your mind. Okay, so that's the first law, degrees of truth, different truths for different people, that there's not one truth. Second law of chaos.
Yeah.
You can read that one, Elaine.
The second law of chaos, dear indeed to every worshipper of the belief in separation, is that each one must be guilty and therefore deserves attack and death. This principle closely relates to the first, is the demand that errors call for punishment and not correction. For the destruction of the one who makes the error places him beyond correction and beyond letting go. What he has done is thus interpreted as an irrevocable sentence upon himself, which pure formless awareness, perfect love itself, is powerless to overcome. The belief in separation cannot be remitted, being the belief this extension of pure formless awareness of perfect love can make mistakes for which his own destruction becomes inevitable.
So actually in the original it was sin cannot be remitted, rather than the belief in separation. But interesting that AI did that. It's equated sin with the belief in separation. It's learned that, although I didn't tell it to make that substitution. So sin cannot be remitted, being the belief, an extension of perfect love. Can make mistakes for which its own destruction becomes inevitable. Then I'll ask you to read it again. Interpreters in the criminal sentence upon himself. On themselves, maybe. Pure formless awareness of perfect love itself is powerless to overcome. Sin cannot be remitted. Remitted, withdrawn, maybe. Let's just have a look at what remitted means. So, remitted meaning. Cancel or refrain from exacting or inflicting a debt or punishment. Cancel or refrain from exacting or inflicting a debt or punishment. Okay, so the excess of the 12 months was remitted. So it's to be cancelled out. Sin cannot be remitted, cancelled, or sin cannot be removed, maybe. Sin cannot be removed. Being the belief, the extension of perfect love can make mistakes, which in its own destruction becomes inevitable. Okay, if you can read that from the top, right? Just make sure we got good with all the translations.
The second law of chaos, dear indeed to every worshipper of the belief in separation, is that everyone must be guilty and therefore deserve attack and death. This principle, closely related to the first, is the demand that errors call for punishment and not correction. For the destruction of the one who makes the error places them beyond correction and beyond letting go. Therefore, what they have done is interpreted as an irrevocable sentence upon themselves, which pure formless awareness of perfect love itself is powerless to overcome. Sin cannot be removed, being the belief, the extension of perfect love can make mistakes for which its own destruction becomes inevitable.
Inevitable. Okay.
Well, this is the second. This is the second law of chaos, which is closely related to the first. And anybody who worships the belief in separation is going to make everybody guilty and therefore deserving attack and death. And
everyone who values the belief in separation.
Yeah. And so they've interpreted it and they've put a sentence on themselves because pure formless awareness of perfect love appears to be powerless and not powerless to overcome. So this is the detriment of them because they've made a mistake. And so their own destruction becomes inevitable. So
You see how sin and punishment go hand in hand. You know, if you sinned, you will be punished, and that the punishment makes the sin real.
Right.
And irrevocable. Okay, so it can't be let go of, it's got to be punished. Makes it real. And then the destruction, that is the punishment for the sin, becomes inevitable. It's closely related to the first one, because apparently now there's different truths. My truth is not your truth. And so if you believe in something that is not the same as me, then I judge you as a sinner. I judge you as guilty. And therefore you deserve to die. That sounds bizarre when we state it like this, but this is how it's worked. Look at human history.
Oh, yeah.
Particularly religious wars. You know, this is like my truth is the truth and your truth is not true. And so now we're going to go to war over that. And you deserve to die because you're a heathen or you're an infidel. You know, you're an unbeliever because you don't believe what I believe. So therefore you deserve to die. It's just bizarre.
Mm.
And no, you're a sinner because you've denied the truth. You know, you're the sinner, and now you will be condemned, and we will be the agent of that condemnation. So we will kill you to exact God's revenge on you. I mean, just wow, it's just
it's mad,
craziness. But that madness accounts for a whole load of human history. You know, think of the religious wars that have happened, the Crusades. I mean, it's just nuts, mad. In the name of Christ, who's speaking, you know, only of peace, you go and you murder and you kill people who don't believe in what you believe.
You
I mean,
understand
just
it, yeah.
like,
how can you understand it? Yeah.
well, it's because of the laws of chaos, you know, that this can happen. Because if you believe in these laws, that there's different truths, and you're right and the others are wrong. Now you create an enemy, and the enemy is a sinner. The enemy deserves to be punished for their sin. They deserve to die. And so if they deserve to die, well, you may as well help them on their way. Just kind of facilitate that. And so then apparently your attack and your murder of them is justified in your mind. And, you know, so we see in human history how these beliefs have played out and have caused huge pain and suffering and destruction. Massive, you know, just from these insane illusions in the mind that could easily be corrected just with the truth. You know, if the Crusaders in the Middle Ages had understood this, none of them would have gone on the Crusades. The whole thing wouldn't have happened. They would have gone, no, this is just crazy. We'll just, you know, stay at home and we'll there's actually only one truth. And the Muslims have the same truth. They're the same, even though it seems to be different. So why do we need to go and fight them and attack them and kill them? Why do we need to defend the faith? What, our faith needs is so weak we need to defend it? It's bizarre. Against the untruth of the heathens. Well, obviously our faith can't be that secure then if we have to go and defend it with arms and kill people to defend this truth that we believe in. Maybe it wasn't true at all. So the mystics don't engage in this. They just go, well, the truth is true and everyone has the truth. If people believe otherwise, well, that's okay. You know, I'm not going to try and impose my beliefs on them. I'll just let it go. I'll let go of my judgment of them because that's all I can do. Okay, so happy with number 4?
Oh, yeah. It's good.
So, John, think what this seems to do to the relationship between...
Think what this seems to do to the relationship between the source and the extension. Now it appears that they can never be one again. For one must always be condemned and by the other. Now are they different and enemies? And their relationship is one of opposition. just as the separate aspects of the extension meet only to conflict, only not to join. One becomes weak, the other strong by his defeat. And fear of pure formless awareness of perfect love and of each other now appears as sensible, made real by what the extension of pure formless awareness of perfect love has done both to himself and his soul. He put a lot of capitals in there, didn't he?
Yeah. So they, because he's talking about the Father and the Son. So they, Father, Son, one. But remember, Yeshua didn't do the capitalization. It was the editing. It was the edited. He was, I think Ken Wapnick and Helen edited it. So they would have done the capitalization. But yeah, Father and Son are capitalized because both are in the same order.
And why is he saying that this appears that they can never be one again?
Yeah, well, what do you think? What and the second law is that everyone is guilty and therefore deserves attack and death.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
So how can you be, if you deserve attack and death, how can you be one in perfect love? Sin and guilt and the idea of punishment and attack deny that perfect oneness. They deny pure formless awareness of perfect love and mean that the extension and its source will always be separate. And that the separate aspects of the extension meet only to conflict, but not to join. So we remain apart and separate, condemning each other, attacking each other, killing each other, in the name usually of a false belief. Oh, well, my truth is truer than your truth. So therefore I'm justified in attacking you and killing you. And this has happened throughout human history. In our world, it doesn't happen so much anymore because we've kind of overcome that. It's not okay anymore just to persecute people because of their beliefs, but it still happens in places in the world.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But by and large, because of these principles, sort of being incorporated into secular law, we don't have that anymore. It's not considered okay anymore to just kill someone because they believe something different from you. But in days gone by, that wasn't the case. It was quite acceptable. If they didn't believe what you believed, then they were the heathen or the infidel, and they deserved death. And you could quite happily dispose of them, thinking that you were doing God's will. This was the delusion of the Crusaders. They were going to go and kill the heathens to defend the faith. And we're doing a good thing. We're serving God. And you see how it's totally upside down. No, you're actually serving the devil. You're serving, the not Christ, but the Antichrist. The thought system of conflict and attack and murder and death. That's what you're serving. But you think it's God. And so it's all, upside down and reversed. It's bizarre, really, but that's why he's pointing out the craziness of these laws to us. So just look at them very clearly, and you see the craziness and insanity, and you have to dismiss them. And fortunately, we have the whole of human history to learn from. I'm just using one example of the Crusades because it's an obvious one, but there's others. This is common. It still goes on today. So it's very helpful, just to look at the illusion to learn. say, okay, well, that's how this plays out, and it's crazy. Look at the madness, the insanity, the pain, the suffering. The Crusades, I don't know how many people died, but hundreds of thousands, maybe millions died because of this false belief. I mean, it's just nuts. All the pain and suffering and trauma that a false belief caused. It makes no sense at all. Okay, so any other questions on that?
No, I'm good with that.
You understand why this is the case, why the second law seems to split the source and its extension and the parts of the extension. John? John, you muted, John.
Yeah, I'm just struggling to remember what the second law is, actually.
Okay, so go back to first principles then.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
now is everyone must be guilty,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
therefore deserves attack and death.
Yeah.
So obviously that's going to split the Father and the Son, the source and its extension. Because if you're guilty, you can't be one anymore. Pure formless awareness of perfect love is denied, and you now have sin and guilt and fear and attack going on in your mind. And that seems to split you off from your source, and it also separates the extensions of the source. Because now they're fighting amongst each other, projecting their guilt onto each other, and there's no unity. Guilt, separates and demands punishment. So then attack is never far away. Guilt demands punishment, which leads to fear, which leads to attack. And, this has played itself out over and over and over again in human history. If you looked at, would be quite interesting, actually, to run a history course from the perspective of A Course in Miracles. That would be interesting, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's look at history, and we'll look at something like the Crusades, or we look at the Reformation, and we look at all these events from the perspective of A Course in Miracles with these principles in mind, and you analyze it. And it would be very revealing, because you would see the delusions that fueled those events.
Yeah.
And caused, so much pain and misery and suffering just through these crazy laws of the ego. Okay, so just read, if you can read number 5 again, just make sure we got the translation okay.
Yeah. Think what this seems to do to the relationship between the source and its extension. Now it appears that they can never be one again. For one must always be condemned by the other. Now are they different and enemies? And their relationship is one of opposition, just as the separate aspects of the extension meet only to conflict, but not to join. One becomes weak, the other strong by his defeat. And fear of pure formless love and of each other now appears as sensible, made real by what the extension of pure formless awareness of perfect love has done both to himself and his source. We've got a himself there, actually.
Both to extension of perfect love, perfect love, extension of perfect love. Itself. and its source. Feels to be sensible, made real by what the extension of perfect love has done, both to itself and its source. And so all this then seems to become normal. And the insanity becomes normal. And this is how humans have lived for thousands of years. Insanity is normal. It's quite okay to go kill your enemy and wage war. And this accounts for most of human history. And yet it's not normal. It's all part of these laws of chaos that really make no sense whatsoever if you really look at them. Okay, so moving on to number 6 then. Whose turn is it? Is it Elaine?
Yeah.
Elaine, do you want to read number 6?
Arrogance on which the laws of chaos stand could not be more apparent than emerges here. Here is a principle that would define what the creator reality must be, what it must think and what it must believe, and how it must respond believing it. It is not seen as even necessary that it be asked about the truth of what has been established for its belief. Its extension can tell it this, and it has only the choice whether to take his word or for it or be mistaken. It leads directly to the third preposterous belief that seemed to make chaos eternal. For if pure formless awareness of perfect love cannot be mistaken, it must accept its extension's belief in what he is and hate him for it.
Okay, what's he saying here?
Well, this is the arrogance of this law of chaos. And it's quite clear. It emerges very clear. In this principle, it defines source of reality must be what it must think and what it must believe and how it must respond in believing it. And it's not even seen as necessary that it'll be asked by the truth of what has been established for its belief. Its extension can tell. Yeah.
It's the total inversion, see, that the extension now becomes the source. We're saying, well, we can tell our source what the truth is. And it has only the choice whether to take its word for it or be mistaken. His son can tell him this, and he has but the choice whether to take his word for it or be mistaken. So now the extension, which is derived from truth, is now telling its source what the truth is, which is complete overturning of the truth. Only has the choice whether to take its word for it or be mistaken. So we say, well, we know the truth. Our source doesn't know the truth, and our source is wrong. Our source doesn't agree with us. Our source is wrong. So if pure formless awareness of perfect love cannot be mistaken, it must accept its extension's belief in what it is and hate it for it. It must accept his son's belief in what he is. So it doesn't make any sense, but this is the preposterous belief of the ego. So we must accept, God must accept his son's belief in what he is, accept his extension's belief in what it is, and then hate him for it. Must hate us for our belief in something other than what the source believes. So now we seem to be at odds. We seem to be condemned by our source for our different belief, our lack of belief. And he, as he says, it's preposterous. This doesn't make any sense, but then it doesn't make sense. So the truth is you're an extension of your source. You can't really be separate from it. And so you are only love. You're a derivative of love. If you change your mind, then that doesn't change the truth. You can't then instruct your source, say, well, sorry, you're wrong and I'm right. You know, humility says, no, you're just mistaken. If you believe that you're not love, you're not an extension of perfect love, you are mistaken. The source is still the source, love is still love. It's all still there, but you've just believed in an illusion. You're mistaken. So the correction lies with us, not with source. We change our mind. We correct our mind to bring our mind back in alignment with the truth, not the other way around. But many people will try and manipulate the truth to suit themselves. So, well, you know, I'll choose to believe this then, because that's what I want to believe. That's part of this law of chaos. No, the truth is true and you believe it or you don't. If you're out of alignment with it, then you will suffer, and your only job is then to get back into alignment with it. And that then would undo all of this preposterous belief in another truth. And that somehow you can believe differently from your source, that your source should change its belief, and then your source is going to condemn you for your different belief. It's all ridiculous and insane. Okay, so Elaine, if you just read that from the top, make sure we got the translations correct.
The arrogance on which the laws of chaos stand could not be more apparent than emerges here. Here is a principle that would define what the source of reality must be, what it must think and what it must believe, and how it must respond, believing it. It is not seen as even necessary that it be asked about the truth of what has been established for its belief. Its extension can tell it this, and it can only has the choice, and it can only have the choice, and it can only can tell it this.
Extension can tell it this, and it only has the choice. So the extension can tell the source, well, sorry, you're mistaken.
Okay.
And it only has the choice. Son can tell him this, and he, being God, it only has the choice whether to take its word for it or be mistaken. So we are now the arbiters of truth. We are the authority who decide what truth is, and we tell our source, this is true. Accept it or don't. No, we're now the boss. So that's the authority problem. I'm in charge now, not my source.
And this leads directly.
Now it must accept, pure formless awareness of perfect love cannot be mistaken. It must accept its extension's belief in what it is and hate it for it. Because we've said, well, We're now separate. And so our source agrees with that and hates us for our separation. Now we have a split between the source and the extension that's eternal, and condemnation and attack are the result, and chaos rules where there should be unity. And all of this is preposterous. It's like you can't be separate from your source. It's not possible. You can't tell your source, this is what's true. I now have the truth and you're mistaken, because the source is the truth. It's the ultimate truth. And if you believe otherwise, then it's the extension that's mistaken. We are mistaken. This is the humility. Okay, yeah, we made a mistake. All right. But that can be corrected. But if you arrogantly say, no, I'm right and my source is wrong, then the split becomes eternal. And there's no healing possible. So we must then, surrender to the truth and say, well, I must correct my own beliefs. I'm the one who's out of alignment. The truth is true. It's always been true. If I believe something else, then I have the problem, which I must correct. And that would resolve the split. Then there would be no separation, because I bring my mind back into alignment with pure formless awareness of perfect love. I become that awareness again. And there's no problem. No split, no separation, none of the insanity that the ego sponsors so eagerly can happen if I am one with pure formless awareness of perfect love. Okay, so that makes sense?
Yes, it does.
Even though it doesn't make sense, the belief is preposterous, but you can understand why it's preposterous and just go, well, that is ridiculous, and I'm just going to see that and then let it go. That's what he's asking us to do in this section. All right, so moving on to number 7. John, if you can read that for us.
Yeah. See how the fear of pure formless awareness of perfect love.
I think read it in the original. I think it's going to help us.
Yeah.
Read the original and then line by line the
Yeah.
translated version, and then we'll translate it.
See how the fear of God is reinforced by this third principle. See how the fear of pure formless awareness of
Perfect love, we'll just say.
Yes.
So I see. Remember, we're personalizing this. Okay, so I see, I must see. I see how the pures are reinforced by this. Okay, I must see, we'll keep it as. Yeah, now it becomes impossible.
Now, okay, so now it becomes impossible to turn to him for help in misery. Now it becomes impossible to turn to it for help in misery. But now he has become the enemy who caused it, to whom appeal is useless. But now it has become the enemy who caused it, to whom appeal is useless. Nor can salvation lie within the Son, whose every aspect seems to be at war with him and justified in its attack. Nor can awakening lie within the extension, whose every aspect seems to be at war with its source and justified in its attack. And now is conflict made inevitable beyond the help of God. And now is conflict made inevitable beyond the help of pure formless awareness perfect. But now salvation must remain impossible, because the Saviour has become the enemy. But now awakening must remain impossible because the Saviour has become the enemy.
And the awakener, shall we?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's he saying here?
So he's saying that once we have, that we cannot turn to our companion for help or to source for help because we have denied that possibility and by making them the enemy.
So we can't turn, it's talking about God. We can't turn to God because we've made God an enemy. So how can we turn to our enemy for any kind of help or salvation? Or can freedom, maybe say instead of awakening, or can freedom lie within the extension? Because every aspect seems to be at war with its source and justified in its attack. Now, conflict is made inevitable beyond the help of perfect love. For now, awakening must remain impossible because the awakener has become the enemy. Just read that from the top, make sure we're good with the translation.
I must see how the fear of perfect love is reinforced by this third principle. Now it becomes impossible to turn to it for help in misery, but now it has become the enemy who caused it, to whom appeal is useless. Nor can freedom lie within the extension, whose every aspect seems to be at war with its source and justified in its attack. And now conflict is made inevitable and beyond the help of perfect love. But now awakening must remain impossible because the awakener has become the enemy.
Maybe say my enemy. I'll just personalize it. Yeah. So what's he saying there in summary?
He's saying that we can't, that we're lost because we've made an enemy of source and our companions and therefore cannot turn to them for help. And we are surrounded by enemies.
Yeah, we can't turn to this one source, perfect love, that could help us because we've defined it as an enemy in our mind. We've defined it as the enemy. It's gonna crucify us. It's gonna condemn us. So how can we turn to the enemy for help? So then where do we turn? Well, the ego just leaves us in the doldrums of sin and guilt and death. It wants to keep us there. Not a very happy scenario, really. All right, so there can be no release. And no escape. I think read the original line by line, and then the alternatives will help us do the translation. Elaine?
There can be no release and no escape, and the same in alternative. At one moment it thus becomes a myth, and vengeance, not forgiveness, is the will of God. At one moment thus becomes a myth, and vengeance, not letting go, is the will of pure formless awareness. From where all this begins, there is no sight of help that can succeed. From where all this begins, there is no sight of help that can succeed.
I just pause there. I'm just going to fix this. Is the will of pure formless awareness. So the will of God is pure formless awareness. So vengeance is part of pure formless awareness. Of perfect love. There's no sight of help that can succeed. There's no sight of help. No hope of help, maybe. No hope. There's no hope of help that can succeed from where all this begins. Maybe we can actually keep it. We'll keep it as it was. From where all this begins, there is no hope of help that can succeed. Only destruction can be the outcome. Can we carry on?
And pure formless awareness itself seems to be siding with it to overcome its extension. Think not the ego will enable you to find escape from what it wants. That is the function of this course, which does not value what the ego cherishes.
Yeah, it's just to overcome its extension. Pure formless awareness itself seems to be siding with it. And it's is destruction. You know? Only destruction can be the outcome, and then to overcome its extension, pure formless awareness, God himself seems to be siding with it. So pure formless awareness, perfect love seems to be siding with it. Siding with destruction. All right. Think not the ego.
Think not the ego will enable you to find escape from what it wants. That is the function of this course, which does not value what the ego cherishes.
I will not think that the ego, the belief in separation, okay, and function still not value what the okay, from what it wants as the function of this course, which does not value what the belief in separation cherishes. Okay, just read that from the top.
There can be no release and no escape. Therefore, at one moment becomes a myth and a vengeance. Not letting go is part of the pure formless awareness of perfect love. From where all this begins, there is no hope of help that can succeed. Only destruction can be the outcome. And to overcome its extension, pure formless awareness of perfect love itself seems to be siding with it. I will not think that the belief in separation will enable me to find escape from what it wants. That is the function of this course, which does not value what the belief in separation cherishes.
Okay, so what's he saying here?
Well, there's no release and no escape. And at one moment becomes a myth and vengeance of not letting go. And so where all this begins, there's no hope of help that can succeed. Only destruction can be the outcome. And this is the function of this course, is to not cherish the belief in separation because of its madness.
To free you.
Yeah.
Only the ego. What we've done is we've made the ego into God,
Mm-hmm.
false God that is vengeful and wrathful, that wants destruction, and we've convinced ourselves that that's God, when in fact it's just a projection of our own belief in separation outward to create a false God. And only this course, which does not value what the belief in separation cherishes, can help us out of our delusion. The belief in separation cannot help me to find escape from what it wants. I can't turn to it to ask to escape from suffering and sickness and death, because that's what it wants for me. So I must turn to this course and to the Holy Spirit to escape from these delusions. Okay?
Yep.
Happy with that?
Yes, that's good.
Okay, let's move on to, for some reason didn't do the translation. But we'll just do it manually then. So the ego, just read in the alternative, because I think this is the alternative. Ego values only what it takes. We'll just go as we go. So belief in separation values only what it takes.
A belief in separation values only what it takes. This leads to the fourth law of chaos, which, if the others are accepted, must be true. This seeming law is the belief you have what you have taken.
Let's just say I have.
The seeming law is the belief that I have what I have taken. By this, another's loss becomes my gain. And thus it fails to recognize that you can never take away save from yourself. By this, another's loss becomes my gain. And so it fails to recognize that I can never take away save from.
Yeah, so let's say it's double negative there. So I can only take away
From myself.
From myself. Capital S shall make it.
Yet all the other laws must lead to this. For enemies do not give willingly to one another, nor would they seek to share the things they value. And what your enemies would keep from you, you must be worth. And what your enemies would keep from you must be worth having, because they keep it hidden from your sight.
Yeah, so what my enemies want to keep from me must be worth having, because they keep it hidden from my sight. Okay, so just read it from the top, make sure the good translation, and then summarize it.
Yeah, the belief in separation values only what it takes. This leads to the fourth law of chaos, which, if the others are accepted, must be true. This seeming law is the belief I have what I have taken. By this, another's loss becomes my gain. And so it fails to recognize that I can only ever take away from myself. Yet all the other laws must lead to this. But enemies do not give willingly to one another, nor do they seek to share the things they value. And what my enemies want to keep from me must be worth having, because they keep it hidden from my sight. What I'm struggling with a bit here, Jono, is just to step back a bit, is where are these laws of chaos coming from? How many are there? I mean, I've never seen this thing before, laws of chaos.
Haven't you? Did we not do it last year? Maybe we didn't do this this section.
Yeah.
So well, the laws of chaos come from the ego, which, remember, is the belief in separation, which is really nothing. So they are nothing, and they don't mean anything, but they're part of its miscreated reality, which seem to govern the reality that it's miscreated. And he's now just naming them and helping us to see that they are completely insane. Work. Because if we don't name them, they continue to operate in the background without us even realizing.
So are these laws, I mean, how many are there? Are they written down somewhere?
Well, they're written down here.
Yeah.
Is what he's saying. These are the laws of chaos, and he's telling us what they are. Now, you won't find them probably elsewhere other than in the course and in this particular section. He's saying, okay, well, let's look at what these laws of chaos are and shine the light of awareness on them so that you can see that they're delusional. They're not helpful.
Yeah.
And what the consequences are, which are awful. And if you believe in these laws, then you are going to suffer their consequences, because that's what laws do. Laws have effects.
Yeah.
So you believe in the laws, you must believe in their effects as well. And he's saying, do you really want to believe in laws like this? When you look at them honestly, does this make any sense to you? And of course, it doesn't make sense. But he's so clear. What I love about Yeshua is he's so clear in his analysis. He dissects these laws, like clinically, with the scalpel of awareness to reveal, exactly what they are. That anyone in their right mind who's, open and honest can't help but go, yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. I can no longer continue in my belief in these false laws once you've exposed them to this extent.
Yeah. So just to kind of backtrack a bit, the first law is that the truth is different for everybody. So
yeah.
the ego maintains that truth is different for everyone. Now, we were drawing this parallel between Christianity and the Arabic faith. So okay, but it's saying for everybody. I mean, it's saying that the truth is different for everybody. So the truth is different from your truth is different to my truth.
Yeah, that's actually a postmodern view, philosophical view. Postmodernism says, well, there's many truths.
Yeah.
So you can choose your truth. And your truth is not my truth, and that's okay. We can believe in different truths, and within that philosophical thought system, that seems to be okay. That's supposed to be quite advanced. So, well, we're above this silly idea that there's one truth.
Okay.
There's multiple versions of the truth. My truth, I have my truth. And you know what? I can choose my truth. Well, 5 years ago, I had a different view, but now I've changed, I've evolved, I'm more advanced. Now I've got a different truth.
Yeah.
All of which seems seductive in its reasoning.
Yeah.
But actually, it's all just a denial of the truth. It all puts us in the position now where we seemingly are the arbiters of truth.
Yeah.
And so the truth, the absolute truth, is denied, and the truth now has become relative. Well, it's based on my idea. My belief is the truth.
Yeah. Okay.
But that's hugely destructive, because if my belief is the truth, then I become completely, I become God, don't I? Oh, well, yeah, my belief is the truth, and you don't have the truth. And so now your destruction is apparently justified because you're the infidel, you're the heathen or the unbeliever, or whatever you want to call it. I have the truth, and so you're somehow less than me because my belief is true and yours is not.
Yeah.
So now your destruction becomes okay. And in postmodernism, they wouldn't necessarily do it physically, but they would try and destroy the person intellectually. And they would argue with words rather than with arms. But it's the same principle.
Yeah.
The enemy must be destroyed because they essentially, the ego is identified with its version of the truth and says, this is now my identity. What I believe is my identity. But that's a delusion. How can what you believe be your identity?
Yeah.
Your beliefs are so changeable.
Yeah.
When your beliefs aren't fixed, they change all the time. So it's a delusion. The only thing that you can base your identity on is the absolute truth.
Yeah.
Which
so
is beyond them.
So the second law is that everybody is a sinner.
Yeah.
And that deserves attack and death.
Yeah.
Okay, so Okay, so the belief of the ego is that everybody is a sinner. So nobody can be trusted. Okay.
Yeah. Which it must believe. If we look at our descent into hell, it must believe that to perpetuate its illusion of a separate self. So the first law is that the truth is different for everyone, which denies that there's one truth. You see how that keeps us away from the one absolute truth.
Okay.
And now we're strumming around in the illusion, trying to find truth in the illusion. Oh, well, this is my version of the truth, and this is your version, and we're different. And it fosters the separation and doesn't take us back to the one truth. So the ego is doing its absolute best to keep us away from the simple realization that there's one simple truth that has always been true. It doesn't change. And our only job in this world, our only function, as today's lesson says, is to accept that truth. We let go of all the other versions of the truth that we've invented and accept that one truth. So that's chaos law 1. Chaos law 2 sits right here underneath the individual self. It says guilt and sin are real, they're permanent, they're eternal, and you are going to be punished for your sin. This is irrevocable. There's no way out. You will be punished. So fear is justified. Attack and death seem to be justified, and there's nothing you can do about it. And that, of course, underpins the individual identity that is the ego's bedrock.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I've separated from my source, now I'm guilty and I'm sinful. And that's irrevocable because it's been done and it can't be undone. So you see how it perpetuates the ego's system of belief.
So the third law is that God but accepts that his son is sinful and hates him for it.
Yeah. So we go back to our diagram. Let's have a look. So second law of chaos. This leads directly to the third law, third preposterous belief. Cannot be mistaken. It must accept its extension's belief in what it is and hate it for it. So now, go to our diagram again. What we have, this concept of fearful, wrathful, vengeful God, which is a direct consequence of the belief in guilt and sin and the fear of punishment, you see? Because now that gets projected onto a fearful, wrathful, vengeful God figure, which we've invented.
Yeah.
Is now going to punish us for our sin. And can you see now where a lot of the stuff in this diagram comes from? This is the descent. In fact, he calls this the descent into hell. At the end, he says this is the descent into hell. So this is where it comes from. A lot of this teaching. It's in the text, and it's just now being put in diagrammatic form. But Ken Wapnick, all credit to him. He taught this. He said, okay, so let's look at how this works, how we go down the ladder of separation into hell. And so this is this diagram is drawn based on his lectures, and his understanding of the course, which was exceptional. He was the course's first teacher. And he edited it, and he worked with it, of course, for 35 or 40 years. So I think he really deeply understood it. And once you understand how the components of the ego work, it's quite easy to undo it. You just go, that's just crazy. So all of it's crazy. The idea of a fearful, wrathful, vengeful God that's going to condemn me for a sin I didn't even commit, for a crime that couldn't be committed. I mean, this is not nonsense. But it does take, this kind of higher level awareness to see the nonsense of it and dismiss it. Okay, and then the fourth law is.
Yeah, I'm looking for the fourth law now.
Well, we're just there, the number 9. This leads to the fourth law of chaos. Just done it. This leads to the fourth law, which others accepted must be true. Seeming laws of belief. I have what I've taken.
Oh yes, okay, yeah. I have what I have taken. Yeah.
So this is the ego's law of possession.
Yeah.
I have it because I've taken it.
Yeah.
So usually from someone else. So if I want something, I set you up as an enemy. I say, well, you're my enemy, and you're an infidel and unbeliever. So therefore, it's quite justified that I take what I want from you, because you're somehow, not worthy of it. And then we take it. This is in human history. We see this commonly. You define someone as the enemy, and then you seemingly justified in taking their stuff. Let's go get their stuff, get their land, get their wealth,
Yeah.
their women, and so on. And it's all okay because they're now defined as our enemies, and it's okay if we do that too, because they are somehow less than us because we have the truth and they don't. So a lot of it's justified in the name of, our belief. Oh well, we're coming from God and they're not. And the other side says the same thing. And then both of them are confused. In the Crusades, it's just like both sides are equally confused. Just nuts, mad. You're all crazy. None of it's true. Neither of you have any idea who or what God is or who you are. Because if you did, you would see the insanity of what you're doing, and you'll pack up and go home and stop it. Stop the madness. But the madness has got entrenched, you see. It was so deeply entrenched in those faiths, in these religions, that people can't, blind followers of these egoic religions can't see the wood for the trees, and they just follow. Okay, well then, yes, we're going to go on a crusade and we're going to destroy people because that's what God wills. Really? Are you sure? If you start reading the scriptures, interestingly, because when the printing press came in and people could actually read for themselves, all of that stopped.
Yeah, yeah.
Because they went, I can no longer be told. I can read the scripture for myself, and it says, thou shalt not kill. It says, Jesus says, forgive your enemies, turn the other cheek. Okay, well, I can read that for myself. So perhaps, going and killing my enemies isn't actually serving Christ. It's not following these principles. And so the printing press was the undoing of all of that dogma, because people would start to read the scripture for themselves. And then this kind of deconstruction started happening. And that's why the Catholic, Church lost its power. Because before they would interpret it, and all these dogmas that they'd made up seemingly were the truth. And people couldn't say otherwise because they couldn't read.
Yes, I mean, the printing press arrived, and then it was another couple of centuries before the mass population could read.
Well, the Reformation really was a combination of a powerful idea that was, saying there's something beyond sin and guilt, and by grace we are saved, and that's said in the scripture. And then this printing press that came along, and so people started to be able to read the Bible directly, and they were able to read Martin Luther's interpretation of it. So, okay, so we can now start to read. It didn't become, reading was still not widespread, but certain people started learning. There was an intelligent, there was a sort of middle class that was developing that could read, and then they would read it to others. And so this message of something other than this horrific, system of sin and guilt started to emerge, and people were like, well, that's quite inspiring, that suddenly there's some hope. So we like this, and let's believe in what Martin Luther is saying and not what the church is saying. And that was then they became the Protestants against the dogma of sin and guilt, which was largely, this is the Catholic Church. There's all these laws of chaos. This is what they believed in. This was their dogma. That's why it didn't work. It caused so much pain and suffering, and it needed reformation. It needed someone to say, "This is all wrong. You got it wrong. Let's look at it from first principles that were taught in the Scripture by Jesus, and we can read it because it's in those Gospels." All right, so that's a good recap. We're happy to move to number 10.
Yep.
All the mechanisms of madness. I can't remember whose turn it is, so whoever wants to read.
All the mechanisms.
So Elaine, okay, Elaine, you read.
Oh, is it my turn or John's?
I don't know. It doesn't matter. We'll start again.
All of the mechanisms of madness are seen emerging here in the enemy, made strong by keeping hidden the valuable inheritance that should be yours.
Mine.
You're just... Oh, yeah, mine.
Yeah, sorry, the AI didn't do it. I think I didn't do it.
Yeah.
Instruction. So, I just said repeat the above instruction, but didn't do it. So
right.
Note for next time.
I justified... Oh, my justified position in attack for what has been withheld, and the inevitable loss the enemy must suffer to save myself. To save myself. Thus do the guilty ones protest their innocence, were they not forced into this foul attack by the unscrupulous behavior of the enemy, they would respond with only kindness. But in a savage world, the kind cannot survive, so they must take or else be taken from.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so quite profound. What's he saying here?
Well, all the mechanisms of madness are emerging into the enemy, and it's made strong by keeping hidden the valuable inheritance that should be everybody's.
Yeah, so what he's saying, the valuable inheritance is what I value. So that the enemy has something that I want. This inheritance should be mine, right? And this again, look in human history. The land is mine, the treasure's mine, whatever, whatever I want is mine, and they are keeping it from unjustifiably. So now my position is justified. I want what they have. It's just a matter of greed, but I justify it. And I say, well, they are the heathen, they are the infidel, they believe something other than me, so therefore my attack is justified, and I can go and I can steal what they have because they are not of God. They are not like us. You don't even have to justify it in religious terms. They're not whatever. You define yourself by your race, by your nationality. They are not like us, so they're somehow less than us. So it's quite justified to go and take what we want from them. And this is going to save ourselves. So look at, Nazi Germany was a good example of this. Not in the name of religion, but in the name, it was a dogma. It was a religion. It was National Socialism, but no formal religion. But any religion is just a dogma. It was this belief in, the German race is superior and we're somehow above everyone else because we're this, Aryan purity, and these other, unworthy races are somehow less than us, and so we can just go and take what we want from them. They're somehow they're not worthy even of life. We can just kill them. I mean, it's extraordinary. So we just wipe out people we don't like because somehow they're not human. I mean, it was just completely, against the truth, but justified in the name of this insane belief. And then the guilty ones protest their innocence, or they're not forced into this foul attack of the unscrupulous behavior of the enemy. They would not. They would respond with only kindness. But in a savage world, the kind cannot survive, so they must take or else be taken from. And so this is how the madness gets justified. Dog eat dog, survival of the fittest. If I want to survive, I've got to take from you. And this has been the pattern throughout human history. It's only recently that we've sort of evolved into something a little bit more enlightened, saying, okay, well, why can't we all thrive together? There's no limitation. We can live together, and it's not necessarily, that I can only survive if I take from you. Why can't we create? We co-create. We're creative beings. We can create together a new world, abundance, and we can live it and we can share it. A much more enlightened perspective based on unity rather than separation. But this kind of thought system, you can see it playing out in many areas of history. Just talked about two, the Crusades and National Socialism, Nazism, but there's many others. and how the insanity of the ego gets justified. Okay. Then shall we move on to number 11? John, if you can read that one.
Yeah. And now there is a vague, unanswered question, not yet explained. What is this precious thing, this priceless pearl, this hidden secret treasure, to be wrested in righteous wrath from this most treacherous and cunning enemy? What is this precious thing, this priceless pearl, this hidden secret treasure to be wrested in righteous wrath from it?
I think just read an alternative. It's not much to translate here.
It must be what you want but never found. And now you understand the reason why you found it not. For it was taken from you by this enemy and hidden where you would not think to look.
So just pause, John. Remember, we're translating. Sorry, it hasn't done the personalizations to do it manually before. It was taken from me by this enemy and hidden where I would not think to look.
He hid it in his body, making it the cover for his guilt, the hiding place for what belongs to me. He hid it in is it his body or my body?
And they hid it in their body. We're trying to avoid the masculine, feminine. So the enemy, taken from me by this enemy. They hid it in their body, making it the cover for their guilt, a hiding place for what belongs to me.
Now must their body be destroyed and sacrificed, that I may have that which belongs to me. Their treachery demands their death, that I may live. And I attack only in self-defense.
Yeah, and look at how this is played out in history. It's common. Oh no, we're just defending. Hitler was trying to propagate the lie that they were doing this in some kind of self-defense. They needed more Lebensraum. So these other, the German population was somehow threatened because there wasn't enough this Lebensraum, so we had to go get more, and this was a matter of national priority. And it's a whole story to try and justify the attack on others, to try and take their land in self-defense. Which is clearly insane, and there's no justification for it, but nevertheless, the insane try it. And crazily enough, everyone believed it. I mean, look at what happened in Germany. It was insane. How did that happen? How did no one say, hang on, this guy's crazy? It's a nutter. Why are we listening to this guy? Because clearly his logic is flawed. You can't pretend that going and invading other countries is a matter of self-defense. It's clearly not. It's just attack. You are the aggressor. And no matter what justifications you have for that, you're still the aggressor. You're just blatantly attacking them, trying to take what is theirs because you want it, and justifying that in some kind of ridiculous self-defense. So this, as I said, this understanding, just this laws of chaos. If you'd had all the rulers of the world had actually read this and had understood it, we'd have a very different history, because they would have gone, okay, yeah, I get it. It's insane. Like, what am I doing here?
Mm.
So it seems to be, when it's stated like this, so obviously it seems to be obvious. Like, well, who wouldn't understand this? But by and large, most people haven't understood it through human history, and they continually made these insane choices and mistakes that lead to all this, chaos and death and destruction that we see running through human history. And now he's saying, well, it's time to wake up. Enough of this madness. Just like, let's just get wise and learn the truth of how this ego system works. And so you don't have to believe it anymore. So just read it from the top, John. Make sure we've got the translations.
And now there is a vague, unanswered question not yet explained. What is this precious thing, this priceless pearl, this hidden secret treasure, to be wrested in righteous wrath from this most treacherous and cunning enemy? It must be what I want but never found. And now I understand the reason why I did not find it. For it was taken from me by this enemy and hidden where I would not think to look. They hid it in their body, making it the cover for their guilt, a hiding place for what belongs to me. Now their body must be destroyed and sacrificed, so that I may have that which belongs to me. Their treachery demands their death, so that I may live. And I attack only in self-defense. I'm not getting this thing here about why hiding it in their body.
Mm.
They hid it in their body.
Mm.
This I have that has been stolen from me, apparently.
Mm.
Okay, so I do get that. I'm wanting, in a special relationship, I'm wanting something in the other, but this is something different, isn't it?
Well, it's still a special relationship because there's no love in it. So you have a special relationship as much with your enemy as with your so-called special love, don't you?
Mm. Can we translate that into some sort of more meaningful thing? I mean, what would they have that they hide in their body? I can't get that.
Making it the cover for their guilt and the hiding place for what belongs to me. What do you think?
It was they hid it in their body, making it the cover for their guilt and the hiding place for what belongs to me. Yeah, I just don't. I'm not getting the flow of this.
Mm.
Yeah, like he's saying in this paragraph, he's saying that now we've got an unanswered question, not yet. Right? What is this precious thing, this precious pearl that has been stolen by the enemy? So what is this special thing that's been stolen by the enemy? It must be what I want but never found. So is he talking about this precious thing is my own spirituality, my own?
Yeah. Well, what we're all seeking for is happiness, peace.
Yeah.
Right. So now I think that the enemy has taken this from me. I'm unhappy because of what they've done.
Okay.
They've stolen my peace and my happiness.
Yeah.
And they deserve to die because of this, because they're to blame.
Yeah.
My misery.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
here where I would not think to look, they hid it in their body, making it the cover for their guilt and the hiding place for what belongs to me. So they have this precious thing that I seek And now, in order to get it, I must destroy them. I must kill them. Remember, we're in the crazy land of the ego. None of this really makes sense. So don't try and like make logical sense of it, because it doesn't make much sense. But this is what's going on in the subconscious of people. If you believe in these crazy laws, and this is the kind of insane logic that's driving, and this is why people go to war, and this is why they think that attacking and killing others is okay, because they are blaming others for their misery.
Yeah.
So look at, again, let's use an example because we can learn from it. Nazism, the whole thing was based on this idea of blame. We're unhappy because someone has taken this from us. Someone is to blame. They've taken what we value from us. And of course, in Hitler's case, he put the blame on the Jews. He said, they're the ones, they're the problem. And so now it's justified to kill them because they are the ones who are responsible for all your misery and your pain and your suffering. And so they must die. Very simple.
Well, that's a good example, I think, because, Hitler did make out that the Jews had stolen, had bamboozled them out of a lot of wealth, and were dirty and undesirable and next to nothing.
But actually, what they had was what we wanted. Saying, well, they had wealth and they had success and they had power. We want it, so now we've got to kill them to get what we want.
Yeah.
You see how it plays out.
Yeah.
And so then, the mass, systematized destruction of the Jewish race is somehow justified. And we can send them all to the death camps and to be gassed in the name of some kind of salvation for the German race. None of it makes any sense at all, but it happened, apparently, in history. And it's exactly this kind of thinking that was behind it.
Can we extend that, for example, by looking at the Iraq War? Tony Blair and George making a scapegoat out of Saddam Hussein.
Yeah.
He's got what we want.
Yeah. Yeah. He's got nuclear weapons, which is a danger to us. So we've got to kill him in order to be safe.
Yeah.
When in fact he didn't. It was all invented. They made it up.
Yeah.
To justify their attack, because actually what they wanted was the oil. Let's face it, guys. It's not like that's what you want, because you think that oil, which represents money and power, is desirable. And so this plays out over and over. And then we justify these crazy actions that are hurtful, that are unkind, that are not in accordance with love, through this insane thought system that seemingly then justifies attack in self-defense. Because that's exactly what they did, if I recall. They were like, oh, weapons of mass destruction. So you create this whole illusion that they've got weapons of mass destruction. And then, oh no, we've got to attack them in self-defense because they're now dangerous.
Yeah.
When in fact they didn't. It's like they never had them. So you made it all up to justify your attack, because if you just said, well, we're attacking them because we want to get their oil, everyone sees through the ruse and goes, well, you just want to take their stuff. You just want what they have, and that's not really anything acceptable. So we have to then justify in the name of self-defense. So, this stuff's been going on throughout history for in many different nations, many different contexts. And now he's just deconstructing it all for us, saying, okay, well, these are the laws of chaos that have made up your world and your history. Look at them. Like, does this make any sense to you?
Mm.
Clearly, to anyone with the sane mind, the sane, rational, open mind, it doesn't seem like this is just crazy, bonkers. Are you going, Elaine? Oh, Elaine's gone. Okay. Yeah. So, it's very insightful. You look at what he's saying. I mean, it can be difficult to understand. Now, I understand, he puts it in quotes, because none of it's really reasonable. That's why you struggle, because it's like, hang on, this is totally insane.
Yeah.
But that's the point. He's saying this is the insane logic of the ego. It doesn't make any sense. But we need to look at it and lay it out so that you understand what it is and what it does.
Yeah.
How these kinds of insanities that have happened in history can happen and seemingly be justified at the time. And those who, have this kind of awareness will never agree with it. So, people like Einstein and so on who are on a higher level, he just was like, this is crazy. You're all mad. So he left Germany in 1930 for that reason. And in World War I, it was another war, all of his colleagues, he was in Germany at the time, his German colleagues were like, well, we're signing some kind of petition saying we support the Kaiser in his quest to, whatever, defend German interests, and he wouldn't sign it. He said, no, I'm not signing it. Because it's like, he's beyond the nationalism. It's like, it's not about that. It's about the truth. There's something beyond, this jingoistic nationalism that's causing this, this insanity. But it requires a more enlightened mind to see that. And even the scientists, who are on one level intellectually bright, they were still consumed by the prejudices. They couldn't see beyond their ego. So, just because you're intellectually bright doesn't mean that you spiritually, understand very much. He was shocked. I was just like, I can't believe that these people who I've had intelligent conversations with, and they're supposedly intelligent, and they're signing this. Like, how can they not see my point of view? But there's very few people that transcend this kind of insanity. They're caught up in it. So the course is, this is high-level mind training. If you understand this, you understand more than most business leaders, most political leaders. It's like, okay, I'm starting to understand how this really works. So it's a shame this, this isn't studied more. Should be like, okay, well, if you're going to become a leader, study A Course in Miracles. Laws of Chaos, Lesson number 1. Laws of chaos. But it doesn't, because the ego, being what it is, just continues in its insane way. Okay, so number 12.
Yeah, but what is it you want that needs his death? Can you be sure your murderous attack is justified unless you know what it is for?
Let's just personalize it, John. So what is it I want?
What is it I want that needs what? But what is it I want that needs their death? Can I be sure my murderous attack is justified unless I know what it is for? And here, a final principle of chaos comes to the rescue. It holds there is no substitute for love. It holds
there is a substitute for love.
It holds there. Oh, it's a big one. It holds there is a substitute for love. This is the magic that will cure all of my pain. The missing factor in my madness that makes it sane. This is the reason why I must attack. Here is what makes my vengeance justified. Behold, unveiled the ego's secret gift, torn from my body, hidden there in malice and in hatred for the one to whom the gift belongs. He would deprive me of the secret ingredient that would give meaning to my life.
Mhm. And for those to whom the gift belongs. And so look at, Hitler was a good example of this. A very disturbed, mentally disturbed individual. He had a lot of anger from his own past. His father abused him. He then projects that onto Jews and other people, and he blames them for his misery. He says, "You're to blame. You're the problem. You've taken the secret gift from me." And then he convinces a whole country that this is the truth. And they would deprive me of the secret ingredient would give meaning to my life.
The substitute for love, born of my enmity to my brother, must be salvation. Must be my salvation. Must be freedom. Yes. The substitute for love, born of my enmity to my companions, must be my freedom.
Yeah, I can say that.
It has no substitute, and there is only one. And all my relationships have but the purpose of seizing it and making it my own.
Okay, so it has no substitute. So born of my enmity for cannons must be my freedom. It has no substitute. And there is only one love. All my relationships only have the purpose of seizing it and making it my own. He's talking about this substitute for love. Purpose of all of your aim must be salvation. There's only one, So I think what he's saying here, there's no substitute and there's only one. He's talking about in the context of this madness, the substitute for love in our awareness. So it seems to have no substitute. And there is only one in all my relationships, only one of it. All my relationships just have the purpose of seizing it and making it my own. And so I'm trying to get what the ego has defined as the Holy Grail. This one thing that's going to make me happy. I'm trying to get it from this other person. Seizing it and making it my own. So I steal from you what I believe I'm lacking to try and find the fulfillment that I'm missing. And this is what the special relationships are dedicated to. And so I try and take what I can from the relationship. And it's not a relationship based on giving. It's a relationship based on what can I get? How much can I take to make me happy, to get that which I think I'm missing from you. Which of course is you never can, but the ego continuously tries. So read it from the top.
But what is it I want that needs their death? Can I be sure my murderous attack is justified unless I know what it is for? And here a final principle of chaos comes to the rescue. It holds that there is a substitute for love. This is the magic that will cure all of my pain, the missing factor in my madness that makes it sane. This is the reason why I must attack. Here is what makes my vengeance justified. I perceive, unveiled, the belief in separation's secret gift, torn from my companion's body, hidden there in malice and hatred for those to whom the gift belongs. They want to deprive me of the secret ingredient that would give meaning to my life. This substitute for love, born of my enmity to my companions, must be my freedom.
Let's say hatred, Johnson.
Yes.
Hatred.
This substitute for love, born of my hatred for my companions, must be my freedom. It seems to have no substitute, and there is only one of it. And all my relationships only have the purpose of seizing it and making it my own.
Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yep. It's saying final principle of chaos here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's number 5 in my counting, but we've still got a lot to go.
Yes. This is obviously going to give us more commentary.
Yeah.
So do you understand what's happening here? You think that you're separate from love, and you think that which you're missing you can find in the other person. And that other person is holding it from you, and now you've got to get it from the other person. Seize it and make it your own. And they have this priceless pearl, this treasure that you yearn for. And our special relationships are dedicated to trying to get that which we think the other person has that's going to make us happy from them at their expense, of course. Now, if I steal it from you, then I've got it and you don't. So it becomes who can get more from the other. And if both parties are trying to do that, it becomes a relationship based on who's winning and who's losing, who can get more rather than who can give. Who can take rather than who can give. That's the basis of the special relationship.
Yeah.
Based on an illusion of lack. See, it's all coming from the sense of lack within us that only perfect love can fulfill. because that's the source of the lack. It's our denial of our source of perfect love. That's the cause of all of it. And then we seek to remedy that lack outside of us, in and through a special relationship, rather than remedying it where we can. The only place we can is by accepting the truth back into our awareness. That we are one with our source. We are one with pure formless awareness of perfect love, and so is the other person. And I already have that which I seek. I already have it. It's in me. It's not in someone else. It's in me. Okay, he's going to go on and explain how this delusion works, the final principle.
Okay. Never is your possession, never is my possession made complete. And never will my brother cease his attack on me for what? And never will my brother cease his attack on me for what I stole. Nor will pure formless awareness end its vengeance upon both. For in its madness, it must have this substitute for love and kill us both.
Yeah. Nor will, let's say, the false god of separation end its vengeance on both. For in its madness, it must have a substitute for love.
Number 3, Jono, in the original, though, sentence 3, it says, nor will God end his vengeance upon both.
Yeah.
It doesn't say false God.
Yeah, well, God end his vengeance upon both is this concept of God. He's saying this is the belief in the ego, the concept of a fearful, wrathful, vengeful God.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So I'm just making explicit and saying, well,
yeah.
God that you believe in is really the false God. Or the false God, small g, of separation, end its vengeance upon both.
Yeah.
When it's madness, it must have the substitute for love and kill you both. Right. So you're in crazy land. You see, it's nuts. It's insanity.
That is misleading, isn't it? Because the original does say, nor will God end his vengeance upon both.
Yeah. But remember, he's talking within the crazy system. He's saying, so within this crazy system, apparently, God won't end his vengeance upon both of you. He's going to kill both of you because you're both sinners. And you both deserve to die.
Yeah.
But, it's a false concept. God is now seen as this vengeful, wrathful, murderous entity somehow outside of you. It's going to kill you both. Despite your squabbling over this, precious treasure, it wants it all. So now God is in competition with you, and it's going to take it ultimately. It must have the substitute for love and kill you both. It's crazy, lad. I mean, when he states it like this, you go, really? Did I really believe that? But it's hidden. See, for most people, it's buried in their subconscious. So none of these beliefs are conscious. It's only when he lays it out like this that you go, really? Is that really what I believe? Is that what a special relationship's about? I'm trying to find something from this other person and steal it from them. But if you're honest, you have to see that what he's saying is true. And that's why we feel guilty. Because my intentions are not honest. I'm not trying to help the person. I'm trying to take what I think I need from it. Okay, so
I'm still struggling. I'm still struggling with that sentence 3, Jono.
Okay.
What
particularly with?
Yeah, okay. I'm just going back to the original from the beginning. Never is your possession made complete. Okay, I understand that. And never will your brother cease his attack on you for what you stole. Okay. Nor will God end his vengeance upon both. For in his madness he must have this substitute for love and kill you both. Nor will God end his vengeance upon both.
Yeah, because you both, remember the extension and its source are separated. And in the ego's concept, now you have to have this vengeful, fearful, wrathful God.
Yeah.
That is going to be the instrument of punishment upon the sinners that have apparently now sinned against it and deserve to be punished.
Yeah.
And so whatever we do, we squabble in our separate worlds as individuals trying to get that which we think we are missing from the other person in a special relationship. But in the end, we're all going to die because God's going to kill us all.
Yeah. I must say, actually, John, this is where the translated version is much clearer.
Yeah, well, that's why we do it.
Yeah. Nor will the false... My possession is never made complete. Okay. Never will my companion cease his attack on me for what I stole. Nor will the false god of separation end its vengeance upon both, for in its madness it must have this substitute for love and kill you both. So we've got a trio of madness going on here. We've got my companion trying to kill me for what I stole, and this false god of separation who is mad with both of us and wants it for himself.
Yeah, when you look, it's all about accusation and blame and attack. We fighting each other. The extension is split, fighting each other, accusing, blaming, attacking, and then ultimately we all doomed because this one big bad monster in the sky that we call God is gonna kill us all for being sinful, evil, guilty miscreants who have defied his will. And will now take from us what we're squabbling over. It's just madness. And Yeshua's saying, but this is like what you believe. So then he goes on to say, you believe, you walk in sanity with feet on solid ground through a world where meaning can be found. Consider this.
Yes, I who believe I walk in sanity with feet on solid ground, and through a world where meaning can be found. Consider this. These are the laws on which my sanity appears to rest. These are the principles which make the ground beneath my feet seem solid. And it is here I look for meaning. These are the laws I made for my salvation. They hold in place the substitute for heaven, which I prefer. This is their purpose. They were made for this. There is no point in asking what they mean. That is apparent. The means of madness must be insane. As I am certain. Am I as certain that you realize the goal is madness? Am I as certain that I realize the goal is madness? Hmm.
I think, am I certain? Am I as certain that the goal is madness?
Yeah.
Am I as certain that the goal is madness? How about that the goal is a belief in separation? So we struggle. I mean, some of this you look at and you go, really? Like, does this make any sense? That I'm stealing something from my brother's body? But this is the insanity of the ego. And it's saying, do these laws really make any sense? These laws, this is what my sanity appears to rest on, these crazy laws. That when he analyzes them like this, are clearly insane. How can you believe in such laws? And yet this is what our world is based on. And this accounts for so much of the insanity that's gone on in human history. We discussed some of it. These laws are the laws of chaos, that account for really human history is a disaster. It's chaotic. It's insane. What's gone on here? And that's seemingly, sane and normal, but it's the history of insanity. That's what we study, the history of insanity. No wonder it doesn't make sense. So read that from the top. Just let's make sure that the translation's good.
My possession is never made complete, and never will my companion cease his attack on me for what I stole. Nor will the false god of separation end its vengeance upon both. For in its madness, it must have this substitute for love and kill you both. Kill us both. I who believe I walk sanely with feet on solid ground, and through a world where meaning can be found, consider this. These are the laws on which my sanity appears to rest. These are the principles which make the ground beneath my feet seem solid. And it is here I look for meaning. These are the laws I made for my freedom. They hold in place the substitute for pure formless awareness which I prefer. This is their purpose, and they were made for this. There is no point in asking what they mean. That is apparent. The means of madness must be insane. Am I as certain that the goal of the belief in separation is madness? I'm very interested to see how the AI summarizes all this.
Yeah. We'll get to that. Okay, so any other thoughts on that? Happy to move on.
Yeah, let's move on.
14. No one wants madness.
In fact, let's try and pick up some pace on it. No one wants madness. No one wants madness, nor does anyone cling to his madness if he's okay. Nor does anyone cling to their madness if they see that this is what it is. What protects madness is the belief that it is true. It is the function of insanity to take the place of truth. It must be seen as truth to be believed. And if it is the truth, then must its opposite, which was the truth before, be madness now. Such a reversal completely turned around with madness, sanity. Such a reversal completely turned around with madness, with madness becoming sanity, illusion, truth, attack. With madness becoming sanity, illusions true. Illusions
I mean,
true.
illusions becoming true is what it is.
Oh yeah, okay. Illusions becoming true. Attack becoming kindness. Hatred, love, and murder, benediction. Is the goal the belief in separation, probably, and murder, a blessing, is the goal the laws of chaos serve. These are the means by which the laws of pure formless awareness appear to be reversed. Here do the laws of sin appear to hold love captive and let sin go free. These are the means by which perfect love, by which the laws of perfect love appear to be reversed. Here do the laws of the belief in separation appear to hold love captive and let sin go free.
Let's how about run amok in your mind?
Slightly slangy, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And let's run freely. So
yeah.
Sin run freely. In your sin run free in your mind, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, just read it from the top.
Is it my mind? Here do the laws of sin appear to hold love captive.
My mind, yeah.
My mind. Okay, no one wants madness. Nor does anyone cling to their madness if they perceive that this is what it is. What protects madness is the belief that it is true. It is the function of insanity to take the place of truth. It must be seen as truth to be believed. And if it is the truth, then must its opposite, which was the truth before, be madness now. Such reversal, completely turned around, with madness becoming sanity, illusions becoming true or truth, attack becoming kindness, hatred becoming love, and murder a blessing, is the goal the laws of chaos serve. These are the means by which the laws of perfect love appear to be reversed. Here do the laws of sin appear to hold love captive and let sin run free in my mind. So he's saying here, unless we reverse everything and swap falsity for truth in every dimension, in fact, that's what we must do in order to ensure that we really do live out the illusion.
Yeah, so it's a complete reversal of truth and of sanity. Completely the opposite. Everything's been turned upside down, and that explains a lot in this book.
It does.
Well, why is it so insane? Why does it not work? Why is there all this craziness that goes on here? Well, because it's completely upside down. It's completely the reverse of the truth. That's why.
Yeah.
And these laws of chaos are what run it. So what can you expect from laws of chaos but chaos? It's why human history is chaotic, and it doesn't make any sense. But from within the system, if you don't have this kind of perspective, you study it and you go, oh well, okay, so that happened and that happened, and it's not like what? Like, seriously, that happened? Like, does that make any sense? Like, what am I in? If this is what happens repeatedly in history, maybe there's something fundamentally flawed with the whole system. And this is what he's trying to help us to see.
Okay.
You know, the entire system is false. And so we just have to awaken from it.
Okay, let's keep going, John.
15.
Number 15. These do not seem to be the goals of chaos. These do not seem to be the goals of chaos. For by the great reversal, they appear to be the laws of order. How could it not be so? Chaos is lawlessness and has no laws. To be believed, its seeming laws must be perceived as real. Their goal of madness must be seen as sanity. And fear, with ashen lips and sightless eyes, blinded and terrible to look upon, is lifted to the throne of love. Its dying conqueror, its substitute, the saviour from salvation. How lovely do the laws of fear make death appear. Give thanks unto the hero on love's throne, who saved the extension of pure formless awareness with fear and death.
Yeah, wow. One of those paragraphs. It's just, sure we got the translation right. How lovely do the laws of fear make death appear. Thanks unto the hero on love's throne. Thanks. Save the extension of pure forms for fear and death. So they tell me to give thanks to the hero on love's throne, who saved the extension of perfect love for fear and death. Okay, read that from the top and make sure I got the translation right.
These do not seem to be the goals of chaos, but by the great reversal they appear to be the laws of order. How could it not be so? Chaos is lawlessness and has no laws. Its seeming laws must be perceived as real to be believed. Their goal of madness must be seen as sanity. And fear, with ashen lips and sightless eyes, blinded and terrible to look upon, is lifted to the throne of love, its dying conqueror, its substitute, the saviour from freedom. How lovely do the laws of fear make death appear. They tell me to give thanks to the hero on love's throne, who saved the extension of perfect love for fear and death. Yep, so he's continuing to explain the great reversal here.
Mm-hmm.
How we have twisted everything around to justify this in this effort to put madness and the belief in separation in charge. We will stop at nothing to make sure that this is justified.
Yeah, and when he states it like this, it's insane. You go like, really? But he's trying to help us realize just how insane the ego is.
Yeah.
And that, you know, this is what we've done, and it's why this world doesn't work. It's why we struggle. It's why we're not happy. It's why, in the end, everything dies. And you know, it's because it's all upside down. And the laws of sanity and love have been reversed here. And we now seem to have to live by these laws, which make no sense at all. Okay? How can it be that laws like these can be believed?
And yet, how can it be that laws like these can be believed by me? There is a strange device that makes it possible, nor is it unfamiliar. I have seen how it appears to function many times before. In truth, it does not function, yet in dreams, where only shadows play the major roles, it seems most powerful to me. No law of chaos could compel belief only for the emphasis on form and disregard of content. No one who thinks that one of these laws is true sees what it says. Some forms it takes seem to have meaning, and that is all.
Okay. And read that from the top again. Just make sure we got the translations right.
And yet, how can it be that I can believe laws like this? There is a strange device that makes it possible. Nor is it unfamiliar. I have perceived how it appears to function many times before. In truth, it does not function, yet in dreams, where only shadows play the major roles, it seems most powerful to me. No law of chaos could compel belief only for the emphasis on form and disregard of content. No one who thinks that one of these laws is true correctly perceives what it says. Some forms it takes seem to have meaning, and that is all.
Okay, so this, let's read the reason. No law of chaos could compel belief but for the emphasis on form. So you've got a double negative going on there. No law of chaos could compel belief but for the emphasis on form. So every law of chaos can only compel belief through its emphasis on form and disregard of content. Want to read that? Every law of chaos.
Yeah, every law of chaos can only compel my belief through its emphasis on form and disregard of content. Very good. Excellent.
Yeah, and we say fundamental content. So what's underlying it? We focus on the form, but not on the underlying content, which is insane. But the form may seem to be, something important. And look at, again, Nazism is a perfect example. It was all the form, and it's the pomp and the ceremony and the rallies, and it all things. And it's like, hang on, like the fundamental content of this is that you're insane. This is all insane, and it has no validity whatsoever. Never mind that you goose stepping and you marching and all of this other stuff that is covering over the insanity. None of it is vaguely sane. So you see this, clearly in an example like that. It was a striking example of the insanity of the ego being covered over by, some kind of form. The respectable. Okay, so now you all goose stepping and it's organized and it's disciplined and people got taken in by it. But those who didn't have spiritual sight, those who did were like, this is crazy, we're leaving. But it just shows how the mind can be completely duped into believing what is insane, taken down a path of chaos and destruction, and not have the wisdom, the insight to see it. Go, okay, wait, this is crazy. Stop. And no one who thinks that one of these laws is true correctly perceives what it says. Yeah, interestingly. So even like some postmodern intellectuals might go, the truth is relative. My truth is not your truth. That's seem to be quite a sophisticated belief, but they don't perceive correctly what it really says. That it actually stands for the chaos and the madness and the destruction that permeate this world. That it's part of this whole insane system that cause all of the sickness and the suffering, the pain, and the disaster of this world. Because when you perceive it correctly, you can no longer believe it. Some forms it takes seem to have meaning, but that is all. Okay? So for instance, that postmodern belief that, well, you know, your truth and my truth can be different, and that's okay. Well, you know, there are intellectuals who will try and defend that and say, yeah, well, that's a much more enlightened view than the dogma that there's only one absolute truth. But it, you know, that just seems to have apparent meaning. It actually doesn't have any meaning at all when you understand what, you know, what that belief really is part of. Okay?
Yeah.
Number 17.
How can some forms of murder not mean death? Can an attack in any form be love? What form of condemnation is a blessing? Who makes my Saviour powerless and finds awakening? Let not the form of the attack on me deceive you.
Let not the form of the attack on him deceive you. Okay? So let's just got that quite. Doesn't always get that that right. So let not the form of the attack on him, the Savior. So he's talking about your Savior as your brother. Not the form of the attack. You know, your awakener, his Savior, powerless and find salvation, is your brother. Let not the form of the attack on him deceive me, on who makes no, so that doesn't really work. Who makes my awakener? Who makes their awakener powerless and finds awakening? Let not the form of attack on my, we can personalize this. Let not, so I do not, I will not let the form of attack on my awakener deceive me. Cannot seek to harm them. John, you still there?
Yeah. That's a lot better, actually.
The form of the attack on my awakeners deceive me. Cannot seek to harm them and
I cannot harm them and be free myself. Who can find safety from attack by turning on himself, itself, themselves? How can it matter what the form this madness takes? It is a judgment that defeats itself, condemning what it says it wants to say. Be not deceived when madness takes a form you think is lovely. What is intent on my destruction is not my friend.
No, I am not deceived when madness takes a form I think it's lovely. What is intent on my destruction is not my friend. Interesting, he doesn't say your enemy, does he?
No.
which is you make the ego into your enemy, you have a problem. You set up a opposition. You just have to realize that it's not your friend. It's not something you want to listen to. You just want to let it go. Okay, so read it from the top. Just make sure we got the translation okay, and then summarize it.
How can some form of murder not mean death? Can an attack in any form be love? What form of condemnation is a blessing? Who makes their awakener powerless and finds awakening? I will not let the form of the attack on my awakeners deceive me. I cannot seek to harm them and be free myself. Who can find safety from attack by turning on themselves? How can the form this madness takes matter? It is a judgment that defeats itself, condemning what it says it wants to say. I am not deceived when madness takes a form I think is lovely. What is intent on my destruction is not my friend.
Yeah. So that's pertinent in the context of the conversation we had the other day. You know, we think certain things are lovely, like, you know, things that bring us pleasure, objects, people, sex, and so on. But actually, what is intent on my destruction is not my friend, because all of that is part of the body identification that gets us to believe that we're bodies, and therefore that we can suffer and die. And this is the ego's, goal for us, death. Remember, the ego is a death wish. And all of it, everything that is part of the ego's system is part of that death wish. And that's what he's training us to see. So what form of condemnation is a blessing? It's all part of a system of sin and guilt and fear and attack and the condemnation of the Son of God. How can you see any of that as a blessing? And if you can see this, then you're willing to let the whole system go and say, okay, the whole thing is insane. I've got to pull the plug on the whole thing. And that's the only way I'm ever going to be free. And so all of the forms of madness that seem to be lovely and attractive, you see through them and you go, that's just another ego device to try and convince me that madness and this insane belief in sin and guilt and fear and death is somehow lovely. So no, I don't buy it anymore. Okay, number 18.
I would maintain and think it true that I do not believe these senseless laws, nor act upon them. And when I look at what they say, they cannot be believed. Companion, I do believe them. For how else could I perceive the form they take, with content such as this? Can any form of this be tenable? Yet I believe them for the form they take, and do not recognize the content. It never changes. Can I paint rosy lips upon a skeleton, dress it in loveliness, pet it, pamper it, and make it live? And can I be content with an illusion that I am living?
Okay, so just read that from the top again, so make sure we got the translation right.
I try to maintain and think it true that I do not believe these senseless laws, nor act upon them. And when I look at what they say, they cannot be believed. But I must believe them, for how else could I perceive the form they take with content such as this? Can any form of this be tenable? Yet I believe them for the form they take, and do not recognize the underlying content. It never changes. Can I paint rosy lips on a skeleton, dress it in loveliness, pet it and pamper it and make it live? And can I be content with an illusion that I am living?
Hmm. So what's he saying here?
He's saying that that we just keep going around in circles by kidding ourselves that we think we don't believe in these laws, when actually everything we do indicates that we do live by.
And that we try, you see, what we're trying to do is exactly this. Whenever you try and make this world work and you're trying to make something nice and pretty and beautiful, what you're really saying is you're trying to paint rosy lips on a skeleton. Dress in loveliness, pet it and pamper it and make it live. And this is what our minds get obsessed with. Can I really be content living in a dream world, in an illusion? So saying none of the forms that you seek in this world to bring you that, what you're missing will work. So stop it. Stop trying to dress up a death wish in lovely form and realize that it is just that. A death wish is a death wish is a death wish and cannot be made lovely, cannot be made into life. So don't try, just let it go. Recognize it for what it is and let it go. And what you do with a world like this that's insane is you leave. That's the answer. You don't try and make it work and stay here and improve it or let's develop the death wish and make it into a better death wish and no, you let it go and you leave it behind. And that's what he's training us to do. Just make this our final lifetime. Say, okay, I'm done. No more insanity. I'm not coming back for another round of this madness. Okay. So number 19. Happy to move on?
Yeah. There is no life.
I think read this one in the original as well, John. This is quite a bit to translate.
Okay. There is no life outside of heaven. There is no life outside the state of pure formless awareness. Where God created life, their life must be. Where pure formless awareness of perfect love extended life, their life must be.
And make it extend. So I always try and put it in the present rather than the past tense. Extends life, because it's not, if it's eternal, it wasn't extended and stopped, it's still extended. Extends life. And maybe life will make capital. Their life must be, or there must be life?
I quite like their life must be.
Okay.
Okay. In any state apart from heaven, life is illusion. In any state apart from the state of pure formless awareness, life is illusion. At best, it seems like life, at worst, like death. In any state apart from the state of pure formless awareness, hang on.
Life is illusion.
Life is illusion in any state apart from the state of pure formless awareness.
At best,
it seems like life. At worst, like death. At best, it seems like life. At worst, like death. Yet both are judgments on what is not life, equal in their inaccuracy and lack of meaning. As they say, life not in heaven is impossible. and what is not in heaven is not anywhere. Life not in the state of pure formless awareness is impossible, and what is not in the state of pure formless awareness is not anywhere. Outside of heaven, only the conflict of illusion stands, senseless, impossible, and beyond all reason, and yet perceived as an eternal barrier to heaven. Outside of the state of pure formless awareness, only the conflict of illusion stands, senseless, impossible, and beyond all reason, and yet perceived as an eternal barrier to the state of pure formless awareness.
Mm-hmm.
Illusions are but forms. Illusions are only forms. Their content is never true.
Okay, so what's he saying there?
So he's saying that there's no anything outside of. He's saying that real life is only that which is lived in accordance with spirit. Everything else is an illusion, no matter how much we pretend that it isn't.
Yeah, all said. And there is no other life. So what we live here isn't life, neither is it death, right? It's nothing. We're living in an illusion, equal in their inaccuracy and lack of meaning. None of it's true. So at best, it seems like life. Oh, well, this is life. This is the life. I'm leading the life. It's not really life. You're just still in your dream world. And then when, at worst, it seems like death. Okay, well, then inevitably death comes around. Oh, that's terrible. The person died. Someone died that I valued. But how can anything that is unreal really die? Really? This is why there's no death, because it's not real. The images that you see projected onto the screen of time and space, the bodies, the personal identities that seem to inhabit the bodies, all of this is unreal. It's a hallucination. It's a dream world in which there is no life. Nothing's really going on here. So that this awareness will free us entirely from the whole dream, take us back to the state of pure formless awareness, which is the only state where life is. Because that awareness is life. Pure formless awareness is life. And nothing else is worthy of the name. So it helps us resolve so many conflicts here. And the opposites of life and death and the duality, and people try and make sense of it. Well, how can, if God is life, how can we have death? Oh, this is the only way you're going to resolve all of it. Just say none of it's life. It's all false. You're just living in a dream world that needs to be transcended entirely, let go of entirely, and then you find sanity. Then you find truth. Okay, does it make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, happy to move on to 20.
Yeah. The laws of chaos govern all illusions. Their forms conflict, making it seem quite possible to value some above the others. Yet each one rests as surely on the belief the laws of chaos are the laws of order as do the others. Each one upholds these laws completely, offering a certain witness that these laws are true. The seeming and gentler forms of the attack are no less certain in their witnessing or their results. Certain it is illusions will bring fear because of the beliefs that they imply, not for their form, and lack of faith in love in any form attests to chaos as reality.
Certain illusions will bring fear because of the beliefs that they imply, not for their form. Lack of faith and love in any form attests to chaos as reality. Okay, so what's he saying here?
It's saying that all these so-called laws of chaos, be they apparently severe or not so severe, are forms of, are traps to catch us out and keep us in the illusion and conflict.
Seeming gentler forms. And so it's all an attack on love, and seeming gentler forms, which the attack isn't as egregious, are just part of that system. No less certain they're witnessing or their results. Certain illusions will bring fear because of the beliefs that they imply and not their form. Right? So what we're really terrified of is the beliefs, because what an illusion implies is that we are sinful, we're guilty, we're going to be punished, we're going to suffer, we're going to die. And every illusion witnesses to that, even the nicer forms of it. So we believe in the illusion of whatever we value, some trinket in a shop, a special relationship, a body, sex, and these common illusions of value. It's all part of this system that values the illusion over the truth. All part of a death wish, really. And it takes a lot of awareness to remember that. You go shopping and you see all the trinkets in the shops and it seems all nice. And it's like, hang on, this is a thought system of death. This is designed to dress up death in a nice form so that you stay here and you continue to suffer and die. You stay away from pure formless awareness of perfect love. Quite sobering, really. So Christmas is coming, and you look at all the tinsel and everything. Oh, it's Christmas. It's just window dressing for a sort system of death. And people might say, well, that's a bit depressing and dark, and but unless you see that, you continue to believe that somehow this is going to save you. And of course it won't. Christmas comes, Christmas goes. It doesn't really make any difference. You're still aging, you're still going to get old, you're still going to die. Nothing's really changed. And the redemption that Christ stood for, the complete resurrection of the mind into pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is what his whole mission was and what his life was there to teach us, is denied. And so we don't accept that for ourselves. And then we suffer and we die. Okay. Happy with number 20. Shall we go to 21? We've got 2 more paragraphs.
Yeah.
From the belief in sin.
From the belief in sin, the faith in chaos must follow. It is because it follows that it seems to be a logical conclusion, a valid step in ordered thought. The steps to chaos do follow neatly from their standing point. Each is a different form in the progression of truth reversal, leading still deeper into terror and away from truth. Think not one step is smaller than another, nor that return from one is easier. The whole descent from the state of pure formless awareness lies in each one. And where my thinking starts, there must it end.
I'll not think. Okay. One step is smaller than another, nor the return from one is easier. The whole descent from the state of pure formless awareness lies in each one. And where my thinking starts, there it must end. So you see where the descent into hell comes. The descent from the state, from heaven, descent from heaven into hell. This is where it comes from. This is a lot of where Ken Wapnick got his understanding from, this section, and others. And my thinking starts, there it must end. So he's saying you can't believe in one of these illusions, one of these laws of chaos, and not believe in the whole system.
Yeah.
So don't take one step. You say, oh, well, it's kind of all right that I believe that, the postmodern belief that the truth is different for everyone and that's okay. No. Because that takes you away from absolute truth. That's the step down the ladder into, the descent into hell, into the sin and the guilt and the madness of all the other beliefs, which become increasingly crazy as you go down, if you noticed. Becomes increasingly insane as he went from the first principle, didn't seem that unreasonable. But then as you descend, you go down the ladder, it becomes increasingly insane.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Did you notice that?
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. No, I hadn't noticed it, yes, but now you say it. Yeah.
And so that one little principle of, well, the truth is not necessarily absolute, the truth is relative, everyone's truth is different, which, as I said, that's a postmodern belief. Intellectuals who are seemingly, intelligent say, well, of course, how can you believe there's only one truth? That's ridiculous. There must be multiple truths. There's different views, and my truth is not necessarily your truth. And, we must respect each other's views. And that seems to be some kind of, clever belief, doesn't it? But he's saying, but hang on, if you really look at it, it's not smart at all, because you just denied the truth, and you allowed these laws of chaos to come into your mind and wreak havoc in your holy mind and take you away down from pure formless awareness, down this ladder into sin and guilt and fear and attack and pain and suffering and death when you do that. So is that really what you want to do? So he's saying, I don't think that one step is smaller than another, and that these are insignificant steps, or that return from one is easier. The whole descent from the state of pure formless awareness lies in each one. So because remember, one tiny mad idea is all it takes to split your mind and take you away from the state of pure formless awareness. So any of these beliefs encapsulate that tiny mad idea, and they make the separation real. Where my thinking starts, there it must end. So what he's saying, it becomes a closed loop. My thinking starts with illusions. What does it do? It's a closed loop. It ends in illusions. And the whole system just breeds more illusion. And I get stuck in the closed loop system that in which there seems to be no escape. Once I decide for madness and I believe in separation in any form, I go down the ladder and I get stuck in the system and I go round and around and around, and I can't seem to escape from it until I'm willing to question the fundamental premise which is the belief in separation, in all of its forms. So these laws are just how the belief in separation takes form and how it plays out in this world. But all illusion. So saying don't believe in any of it. And be very vigilant against these beliefs. When you see these laws of chaos coming in and they're offered to you for your belief by the belief in separation, don't believe them. Let them go. And accept only the one simple truth that we are one. There is only one awareness. Because that awareness, the state of pure formless awareness, undoes all of this madness, and all those laws just disappear in that awareness. Okay?
Yeah.
Last one.
I will not take one step in the descent to victimhood and suffering.
The descent to hell. So he actually uses that. This is where it comes from.
Yeah.
Oh.
For having taken one, I will not recognize the rest for what they are, and they will follow. Attack in any form has placed my foot upon the twisted stairway that leads from the state of pure formless awareness. Yet any instant it is possible to have all this undone. How can I know whether I choose the stairs, the state of pure formless awareness, or the way to hell?
I'll remember his victimhood.
Oh yeah, victimhood.
Suffering. Remember, that's the end. The end result of all this is the belief that you are a victim of the world who is doomed to suffer and die. That's the bottom of the ladder of the descent into hell. So that's where it leads you.
Where did we get to? Yet any moment it is possible to have this ordered. How can I know whether I choose the stairs to the state of pure formless awareness or the way to victimhood and suffering? Quite easily. How do I feel? Is peace in my awareness? Am I certain which way I go? Am I sure the goal of the state of pure formless awareness can be reached? If not, I walk alone. Ask then my friend to join with me. Ask then my friend to join with me. I ask then that my friend join with me. And I give certainty wherever I go.
And give me certainty of where I go. So it's giving me the certainty that I'm going home, back to up the ladder rather than down. So just read that from the top. Make sure we got the translations okay.
I will not take one step in the descent to victimhood and suffering. For having taken one, I will not recognize the rest for what they are, and they will follow. Attack in any form has placed my foot upon the twisted stairway that leads from the state of pure formless awareness. Yet it is impossible to have all this undone in any moment.
It is possible. It is possible.
Oh, it is, yet it is possible to have all this undone. How can I know whether I choose the stairs to the state of pure formless awareness or the way to victimhood and suffering? Quite easily. How do I feel? Is peace in my awareness? Am I certain which way I go? Am I sure the goal of the state of pure formless awareness can be reached? If not, I walk alone. I ask then my friend to join with me and give me certainty of where I go.
Again, at the end of this, he's saying, your friend, the friend is the Holy Spirit. I asked my friend. Maybe we want to make that explicit.
Oh, yeah. I asked my friend.
The remembrance of perfect love. Therefore, I ask my friend, the remembrance of perfect love, to join with me and give me certainty of where I go, which is back to heaven, back to the state of pure formless awareness. Okay, so do you want to read you said you couldn't wait to see the summary, so there it is.
Yeah, let's have a look. Yeah. The laws of chaos are fundamentally not understandable and devoid of reason. They are meaningless, yet appear to challenge truth, so they need to be transcended rather than broken. The first law is that truth is different for everyone, leading to separation and conflict. People judge the value of illusions differently, becoming enemies and justifying their attacks on others. The second law is the belief in guilt, which demands punishment and death. Mistakes are seen as irrevocable and punishable. And so separation and hatred grow between the source and its extension. I'm just going to read that again, actually. The second law is the belief in sin and guilt, which demands punishment and death. Mistakes are seen as irrevocable and punishable, and so separation and hatred between the source and its extension, and among the seemingly separate minds that make up the source's extension.
Yeah, so we all get separated, fragmented. Separation rules.
Yeah. The third principle is arrogance. Is arrogance? Oh no, the third principle is arrogant because it insists that human belief can define the ultimate source of all life, leading those who believe this to fear their source and making their awakening to its presence impossible, as the belief in separation's values grow more twisted and complex, and chaos seems to be eternal.
Let's just have a look at that third one. I want to make sure I've got the translation right.
Yeah.
Third principle was, where are we? Back to number somewhere around here.
Yeah.
Third principle. There we go. Okay, so arrogance could not be more apparent. So this leads directly to the third preposterous belief, seems to make chaos eternal. Where pure formless awareness of perfect love cannot be mistaken, it must accept its extension's belief in what it is and hate it for it. So that's what he's saying. Turn to it for help. So God then hates us for it. So I'm not quite sure that AI has got that accurate.
No.
Because it insists that my beliefs can define the ultimate source of all life, getting those who believe this to fear their source and making their awakening to its presence impossible. The belief in separation's values grow more twisted and complex. Chaos seems to be eternal. Third principle is arrogant because states that if pure formless awareness, perfect love cannot be mistaken, must accept its extension's belief in what it is and hate it for it. Meaning those who believe this, I believe this, will fear my source. And not turn to it for freedom.
I don't understand that first sentence, John. The third principle is arrogant because it states that if pure form's awareness of perfect love cannot be mistaken,
Mm-hmm.
it must accept its extension's belief in what it is and hate for it. So it's saying the third principle is arrogant because if pure form's awareness of perfect love cannot be mistaken, why must it accept its extension's belief in what it is and hate? I don't understand that connection.
Must accept its extensions. Remember, okay, none of this is sane. But this is what the ego believes. So cannot be mistaken. It must accept its extension's belief in what it is. So our belief that we are separate, extension's belief, let me want to say that. It is separate from it and separate from it and guilty. Because of this.
And why is it that pure form's awareness of perfect love? Why does it have to accept its extension's belief that it is separate?
Well, it doesn't. You know, remember, this is insane, but in the ego's judgment, it does. Pure form's awareness of perfect love cannot be mistaken. It must accept its extension's belief that it is separate, that its extension is separate from it, and hate it for it. So it's making the separation real and eternal, and that somehow God has to accept our decision to be separate. That to say, pure form of source, perfect love must accept its extension's belief that its extension is separate from it and hate it for this. Right? So if I believe this, then I will fear my source and not turn to it for freedom, making my awakening to its presence impossible. As the belief in separation's values grow more twisted and complex, And chaos seems to be eternal, or more twisted, complex. And chaos seem to rule my mind and be eternal. Just read that from the top.
The third principle is arrogant because it states that pure formless awareness of perfect love must accept its extension's belief that its extension is separate from it and hate it for it. If I believe this, I must fear my source and not turn to it for freedom, making my awakening to its presence impossible, as the belief in separation's values grow more twisted and complex. Then chaos will seem to rule mind and be eternal.
Will seem to rule my mind and be eternal. So does that make any sense?
It's getting there, yeah.
Remember, it's not sane.
Yeah.
Don't try and really, he said, you can't really understand this because it doesn't make sense. But
Yeah.
he's just laying it out and saying this is what the ego believes.
Yeah.
Even though it makes no sense whatsoever. Because
So it's saying that the ego, the arrogant ego, believes that pure formless awareness must accept
our decision.
Our decision to be separate.
Yes. And now that because it's accepted it, that decision has become permanent and real, and sin is entrenched, and the separation between the source and its extension is eternal. And there's no way back. It's irrevocable.
And God will hate us for it also.
Yes, God will hate us for this sin of separating from him, it, and will condemn us eternally. So now sin and guilt and the fear, punishment, and the condemnation that characterize the ego have been made eternal. And we've projected that our own desire for that to be eternal onto God and said, God has made this eternal, and there's no redemption. This is the idea of original sin. We're original sinners, and we're all sinners in God's eyes, and there's no way back, because that's just how it is.
Mm.
But it's all just a belief in one of the laws of chaos. That is really arrogant, because it's really stating that we somehow have denied pure formless awareness of perfect love and have created another reality and another God that's somehow more powerful than our source, which is arrogant. Okay? And the fourth law.
Yeah. The fourth law says that taking from others is a gain for oneself. This law defines value based on hidden desires and conflicts, leading to more separation and selfishness. The fifth law reveals a constant conflict over a hidden treasure, an endless battle that demands destruction and self-defense. A final principle introduces. Does that need expanding a bit? That the fifth law reveals.
Maybe.
The fifth law reveals a constant conflict over.
Well, this is this final principle. This final.
Oh, okay. This
final law.
Final principle introduces a substitute for love. Yeah, okay. A magical cure that justifies attack. This substitutes for love. This substitutes for love fuels all relationships. This substitutes for love and fuels all relationships, and perpetually drives a cycle of theft and enmity.
Yeah, it hasn't done badly though. This is not
Very
easy
good.
stuff to understand.
No, it's very, very good.
This substitute for love fuels all special relationships and perpetually drives a cycle of cycle of theft and hatred, a cycle of taking and giving. Taking from, maybe just taking from others and hatred. This inevitably leads to. Do you want to read that from the top of the fifth law?
The fifth law reveals a constant conflict over a hidden treasure, an endless battle that demands destruction and self-defense. This final law introduces a substitute for love, a magical cure that justifies attack. This substitute for love fuels all special relationships and perpetually drives a cycle of taking from others and the hatred this inevitably leads to.
Do you think that encapsulates it quite well?
I do.
Does it need more?
No, I think it's good.
Okay.
Madness is protected by the belief that it is true. These chaotic laws seem to reverse everything. So madness becomes sanity, hatred becomes love, and murder becomes blessing. In the end, I am confronted with a disconcerting realization. I should not believe these laws, yet I do believe them. Their form deceives, hiding the destructive content beneath it. Life outside the state of pure formless awareness is an illusion, filled with conflict and devoid of truth. By examining these laws of chaos, I recognize the need to let go of my belief in these illusions and chaotic principles that keep me trapped in conflict and separation. The real essence of life is found only within the state of pure formless awareness. And this is where I must turn to find happiness, peace, and eternal life. I think it's really quite remarkable.
Yeah, I did edit it a bit, but mostly that was
Well,
that was done by it. Just understanding, quite high level stuff.
But I've never seen such a complex section as this, really, in terms of difficult to kind of get it to sum it, really.
Yeah, it's not the easiest, because he's talking about the madness of the ego.
Yeah.
And then we're trying to understand it, but he's saying at the beginning, look, don't try and understand it. Just look in it and see the madness, and then let it go, because you can see clearly that none of it's justifiable.
That's the key.
You struggle because you're trying to understand. I think it was the third law. Okay, it doesn't really make any sense. So you can't really understand it, but he's just saying this is what the ego believes.
Yeah.
None of it's some are more understandable than others. Like the first law can seem to be quite justified. Truth is different for everyone. As I said, that's a classic postmodern belief.
Yeah.
Which, intellectuals will think, well, it's how primitive that you believe in one truth. There's many truths, there's many philosophies, many truths, and la-di-da, it's all part of the intellectual elite's belief that somehow they're superior because they don't believe in one truth. But actually it's just the multiplicity, it's separation seeming to now, be respectable. And they're not realizing that they're actually believing. Because if you really break it down, you go, okay, I'm believing in insanity, taking a step down into madness, which is what he's trying to teach us. So, this is why we study the Course, because he gives us the whole picture. He says you got to look at it holistically, and you got to see the whole system of the ego for what it really is. Because then you, in your right mind, you have to let it go. There's no way you can continue to believe it if you understand what it is and what it does. And I quite like this, disconcerting realization. I shouldn't believe these laws, but I do.
Very good, John. Excellent.
So did we finish it? By examining these laws, I recognize the need to let go of my belief. Yeah, we did. And then just the key message.
I find the laws of chaos unreasonable and devoid of truth, so they lead to conflict, separation, and illusion. These laws are arrogant and deceptive, and contradict the principles of sanity and love. I must transcend these chaotic principles and direct my awareness back to the state of pure formless awareness to find true happiness, peace, and eternal life.
So we haven't actually gone into the laws, because then there wouldn't be a tiny summary, but that's the essential message. The laws of chaos are just chaotic, and you must transcend them. You must transcend realms, must let go of my belief in these chaotic principles and direct my awareness back to the state of pure formless awareness, find happiness, peace, love, and eternal life. Okay, end of. So be it. Happy with that,
good,
John?
John.
Yeah.
Very
Any questions, or you good with that?
No, I'm good with that.
Yeah. It's a good section. So I did send it out, but I'll post the updated version to the group.
Excellent.
Yeah. Yeah. Well done. Thanks for staying with me until 11:30 at night. It's a difficult one to do on your own.
Yeah.
So I'll see you. You're gonna join tomorrow?
Tomorrow, probably not. No.
No. Okay.
Man.
So Friday, I'm actually going up to London to watch some rugby with Gabriel. So probably won't be able to run a session
Okay.
because
Excellent.
we're traveling, and then I've got in the evening a rugby match to go to. So next session.
Is he playing or? Yeah.
No. It's South Africa playing New Zealand at Twickenham.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah. So I thought he's never been to a big stadium and a big match. So.
Oh, blimey, that'll be special.
Yeah. Should be it's a joining experience. It's not really about the rugby. I just thought it's a nice chance to kind of do something together that it's typically a father-son thing to do.
Yeah.
So that'll be nice. Yeah. So Friday, I think we have to leave sort of mid-morning.
Yeah.
When I'm getting there, I might have an hour or two at the around 1 o'clock, but it'll be no longer than an hour.
Just leave it. Just leave it.
I think so. Yeah. It's like it's one day. I haven't really taken a holiday, so this is a real holiday, and let's do Sunday.
You do that, it'll break up the day. It'll spoil it.
Yeah. So I'll see you Sunday, maybe Sunday evening.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, John.
Okay, John.
All right. Sleep well. Namaste.
Thanks. You too. Yeah. Namaste.
Okay. Bye for now.
Bye for now.
Okay, so thank you to John and Elaine and earlier Christine for joining. Good session, long session, but yeah, some really profound stuff in the laws of chaos. So hope you enjoyed that. If you want a member and you'd like to join us in this journey, then look below. I've put a link to a masterclass on Sunday that I mentioned. You can join us by registering, and yeah, hope to connect with you then. And you can also subscribe to the channel if you're not already a subscriber, and if you'd like to receive some of the content that we talked about in the session earlier, then just sign up and send it out on Telegram every day. So again, there's a link below in the post on YouTube. So hope to catch you on the inside soon, and in the meantime, stay in truth, stay out of the laws of chaos, stay in truth, and love and the peace and the joy that this will bring you, which is what I wish for you. So namaste, which means the truth in me, sanity in me, and honors that same truth and sanity in you.